Okay. Okay. So a warm welcome to everyone joining us today. I'm FIDE Master Lee Sing An, and I'll be your host for today. I'm joined today by International Master Terry Toh, FIDE Master Mark Ong, and FIDE Master Ashwin Sivakumar, and they will be my fellow co-hosts for today. So, so today's event is a part of the Chess Against COVID initiative, and this is an initiative that was kicked off 2 months ago, with the aim to raise funds for those families who have been struggling during this COVID period, while also doing something that we love, which is chess. And today's event is another groundbreaking event that's part of this Chess Against COVID initiative. First of all, this is an event which is able to gather four of Singapore's grandmasters who have represented the country at the highest level. And we have them all here today to, to take part and to hold this 100 plus board Saimal. Furthermore, today's Saimal and today's event is also in memory and in celebration of the 100th anniversary since the birth of Professor Lim Kok Ann. Professor Lim Kok Ann is remembered by many as the father of Singapore chess. And apart from that, it may be interesting for some of you to also know that apart from just the field of chess, he has also contributed greatly to the field of medicine as well. And he was actually the first to discover and to describe the virus that was causing the Asian flu back in 1957 to 1958. And now, maybe we would like to pass the time over to International Master Terry Toh and FIDE Master Mark Ong to share their experiences having known Prof. Lim himself.
Thank you, Zing An. Maybe I'll just kick off. By the time I was involved in chess, obviously Prof. Lim was already well into his retirement. I remember him as this very jovial old man who had a great sense of humor. And the time I did get to know him a little bit better, we did a trip, I believe it was to Dubai in 1992, team tournament, where I think we're playing in different teams. But he still had this great energy, and this, I mean, back then I didn't know that he was the grandson of Lim Boon Keng, who started SCGS, who founded OCBC Bank.
Wow.
Because there was nothing to suggest that. I mean, he was just so down to earth, so pleasant, so nice. So I think I speak for a lot of people when we say, we think fondly of the professor, and we miss him, and I believe everyone in chess misses him as well.
Terry, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, that was supplement that. I think Ford was a very unassuming guy. When I first saw him, I saw him playing chess at a KTV chess club, and it's like this very friendly old man sitting over there and just playing games. And one of the games, his tournament games in his old age, which really impressed me was he defeated one of I think Lau Keng Hoon was our national champion at that time, and he was completely crushed against Professor Lim Kok Ann. So even at an old age, he was still playing very good chess. And of course, I remember him always sponsor young chess players, encouraging them to play chess. But I will always remember him for his one quote, which made a big impact in my life, where he said, chess is just meant to be fun, it does not feed you. So, in other words, encouraging us to focus on our studies and our job before we enjoy playing chess. Yep.
Yep. Okay, so now, maybe while we are waiting for the Simul to actually kick off, we can do a short intro of the grandmasters that will be holding the Simul today. So I may not have mentioned earlier, but the four grandmasters that will be holding the Simul today are Grandmaster Kevin Goh Wei Ming, Grandmaster Zhang Zong, Grandmaster Wong Ming Kong, and Grandmaster Wu Xiaobin. All four of these Grandmasters have represented Singapore at the highest level at multiple chess Olympiads before and have really brought honor to this country. I think for some of these Grandmasters, they were not present in Singapore uh, during the during the years where FIDE Master Ashwin Savakumar and myself were growing up, such as I think GM Wu Xiaobin and for GM Wong Ming Kong. Maybe we could invite International Master Terry Toh and FIDE Master Mark Ong to share on their experiences, with I think some of them having even played one another before.
Yeah, maybe Mark can start first while I adjust my.
Sure. So I think we should give the honors the first intro to Grandmaster Zhang Zhong. Extremely accomplished player. I had the privilege of playing once with him back in 1990. This was the Asian Teams tournament played in Shanghai. Terry, I believe you were my roommate during that tournament.
I think so.
Yeah, it was very cold. If you remember, it was like in some mountain resort. And they had a lot of university volunteers helping out in the organization. It was a beautiful.
There were some very nice ones.
Very what?
A little louder.
There were some very nice ones and some very interesting ones.
Chungi, I think you need to speak a little louder. Some of the people are saying they can't hear you that well on the stream.
Why don't I put the microphone? Is it better?
Yeah, I think that should be better. Yeah, let's try it.
Okay. Thanks. So I remember playing him. It was a double round that day. I played him in the first round of that day, and then Grandmaster Bong Villemayo on the second round of that day. So I played two Grandmasters back to back. Each game lasted about 6.5 hours, and I lost both games. But it was really the game against Grandmaster Zhang Zhong that left an impression, because I mean, I didn't stand a chance the whole game. It was one of those where you feel like, the guy is a step ahead of you almost in every move. That match was also interesting for a separate reason, because while I was playing Grandmaster Zhang Zhong, Terry was sitting next to me, I think a board ahead of me, and he was playing, at that time, was it Grandmaster International Master Zhang Pengxiang?
That's right, Zhang Pengxiang.
And it was a very complicated game. It looked as if Terry was dead last. And then next thing I know, the results were submitted, and I thought it was a mistake because it showed that Terry won the game. Terry, do you wanna tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, that was a very good result we had against the Chinese team. I think we drew with them 2-2, and International Master Wong Ming Kong was also playing on the team. I'm not wrong. Was that correct?
I believe it was him, it was Li Yang, it was yourself and me, right?
Yes, and I think I won, and if I recall, Li Yang and Ming Kong drew against much stronger opponents, and we helped China, the eventual winner, to a 2-2 draw. That was really exciting.
Yeah.
So Zhang Zhong was obviously a world-class player, being able to beat the best grandmasters of the world in his day. And more recently, we played this Blitz tournament, and as luck would have it, I had to play Grandmaster Zhang Zhong twice. And before that, I didn't know it was him, and I was like, what's going on? And both games, I was like completely smashed. I was like, am I playing a computer, right? And then I found out it was Grandmaster Zhang Zhong. I felt a little bit better.
He coached me for a while back, like when I was like Sec 2, Sec 3, under the SCM, and he left a very deep impression on us, like the way that we approach the game, how we should think during like the middle game, and how we should approach like different situations in the tournament. So when he coached like some of the younger players, we can really see his really like vast experience as a grandmaster. So that's yeah, he was also not just a really strong player as well.
Yeah, I think I can also add on to that because I was also coached under GM Zhang Zong under the Dream Team initiative a couple of years back. And I remember learning from him was not just a case of learning moves, learning some ideas, but it was really a overall enriching experience as he also taught you ways outside of chess and how you should carry yourself and how to be really professional. And I think he has really imparted a lot of not just chess skills but life skills on us as well. That he really carries himself with such humbleness, and that although I think his highest ranking in the world was probably I think around 26 in the world at some point, but he never gives you any sort of over the top arrogance or haughtiness, and he's just so down to earth as well. So I think I really enjoyed that period when we were under GM Zhang Zong.
I think Tina, you played in the Olympiad with him before, right?
Yeah, that was the 2014 Tromsø Olympiad in Norway. Yeah, the Olympiad.
How was that experience?
Yeah, the experience was really nice because although GM Zhang Zong was, I think you could say, significantly stronger than almost everyone in the team, maybe apart from Wei Ming. But after the games, he always take the initiative to be the one who starts analyzing all our games and who will give us all the advice on how we should try and improve our game. And seeing that he was always willing to help us out during that time, even though that he had his own games to prepare for, I was really amazed by it. And during that trip, I was actually fortunate enough to be his roommate. It was really interesting to see how he would prepare before the game, as I think some people think of the preparation before a chess game as being very hectic, as just looking at the computer, revising the lines again. But Jim Zhang Zong, he really saw chess as not just about preparation, but a whole body sport. So he would just rest, relax. In the morning, he would go out for walks. He would encourage us to exercise, as he felt that was also a really the integral part of being a strong chess player. Yeah.
So that part I totally agree with. That it's so important to have the physical fitness there, especially if you want to play long tournaments.
Okay, so why don't we go on to introduce, say, GM Hu Xiaobing now, since we've talked a bit about Zhang Laoshi already. So I'm not too familiar with GM Hu, but maybe Chongyi and Terry, you guys have interacted with him before, so you guys could bring us through your experiences with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, GM Hu Xiaobing was the ultimate gentleman in chess. He's always very respectful when he plays a game. I mean, I was a lot weaker than him when I played him, but he takes the game very seriously. He never leaves the table, and you always see him doing deep calculation and respect. And if I recall correctly, the last tournament that he played my international master title, he was there as well. And I was very lucky that being the gentleman he was, I managed to have draws with him, which finally gave me the IM title.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to echo what Terry said. Very much the impression with Grandmaster being very refined, very calm. He would always have his cup of tea next to him when he plays. And no matter how much or little time he has left, he just looks unhurried. And he was such a solid board one for Singapore for a couple of years, where he was able to hold almost any grandmaster that sat across him with either color, and providing tremendous confidence for the rest of the players. So I had a chance to also play once with him. It was in one of the Masters tournaments in Singapore back in the late 90s. And I was fortunate enough to hold him to a draw with black. And again, he was very graceful about it, and we analyzed the game quite a bit after that. So it was with some sadness to watch him leave Singapore and go back to China. But obviously, we do wish him all the best, and very happy to see him playing tennis again.
Chongki, do you think it's a big loss to Singapore chess that we no longer have GM Wu and GM Gam playing for Singapore?
Oh, it's a tremendous loss.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes the people dynamics get in the way.
Yeah. Sometimes it's really unfortunate that politics get in the way of chess, and we have lost two really great gentlemen and very strong players for Singapore chess. Hopefully, they come back to Singapore again one day.
Okay, let's maybe shall we introduce one of our next players now, GM Wong Meng Kong. So he was, as I understand, he was the first ever homegrown Singaporean captain. So what do you, as a director with him before, so what do you guys have to say about your interactions with him and your conversations and
GM Wong was our team psychiatrist. I had the benefit of playing with him in a couple of team tournaments in Singapore. And it was always great to have him around because, sometimes you must know it's terrible after you lose a game, and it's always good to have a psychiatrist who can go through and tells you to get along with it.
yeah, that's really right. Chongmi, how about your interactions with GM Wong? How was it like?
Sure. So I played many tournaments with him together, and he was always the captain. He's 8 years older than me, so we've always looked up to him. Not just because he was captain, but really he had true leadership qualities. He did many of the things that you've described about Zhang Zhong as well. He would always volunteer to go through the games with us after the game. Very patient with explaining some concepts which are obvious to him, but at that time not that obvious to us. So, it was a list of tournaments. There was this Beijing Open tournament that we played together, I believe back in 91, where Meng Kong played tremendously well. He beat several grandmasters through, even with top grandmasters like Ilya Smirin, for example. Actually, the worst ending, he held that ending. I think it was King and Rook versus King, Bishop, and 3 pawns. He had the King and Rook. He managed to hold that ending. And we played in the Penang Asian teams as well, and as well the Istanbul Olympiad in 2000, I believe he was there. So a great mentor, a wonderful person. He, unlike some other chess players, he has a lot of other talents outside of chess. So he has, passions for literary arts. He's a very good mahjong player. I've not quite played with him before, but he plays a mean mahjong game, bridge. And he's also very social. Again, a little bit different from many chess players who tend to be introverted. He loves talking. He loves making friends. He's very easygoing. And I just wanted to share some more recent incidences, which is, so now he's based in Hong Kong, and as part of work I do go up to Hong Kong. Each time I get up to Hong Kong and I call him and he's there, he would arrange, he'll come and pick me up at my hotel. We will drive up to the peak with his dogs. We would hike for probably around 45 minutes. We'll end up at the top of the peak where there's this cafeteria called Chui Wang. We'll sit down there, we'll order some local breakfast, and we will play Blitz. We did that at least twice.
Wow.
And it's wonderful just catching up, and we'll talk about everything under the sun, chess, life, and I would literally just extend my trip for that extra day and fly back, after lunch the next day, just so that I would have that experience
that's fantastic. Yeah, that really sounds quite fun.
Mm.
So our last player for the last Grandmaster playing today is also Grandmaster Go Wei Ming. So he's Singapore's most recent Grandmaster. He actually just got his title earlier this year. I think all four of us have ranked him to a certain extent, and he's really the brainchild, the one who has spearheaded this entire chess against gambling initiative. But I think Chonky and Terry, you guys have known him for the longest as well. So how have your interactions with him been since he was a young player until now?
Maybe I'll just kick off. I mean, Wei Ming is like one full cycle younger than me, so we're both born in the year of the pig. Wei Ming is very talented. Right from young, he was tactically very strong attacking player. But I think the thing that really separates Wei Ming from some other talented players, well, maybe more than one thing. First is his competitiveness, right? He really wants to win every game, and he goes in with a mindset that he wants to win. And then second, he's willing to work incredibly hard. People say, not talented but work hard. I say, working hard is a talent because very few people have that capacity. And then the third thing is just the determination, right? Because many setbacks along the way. Everyone sees Grandmaster now. Everyone thinks, wow, great. Seemed quite smooth. Actually, it wasn't smooth. It took 8 years finally to get his 2500 rating. And I would say many people would have given up because there's huge time cost, there's huge opportunity cost. But he wanted it badly, and to his credit, he achieved it in the end. So very happy to call Grandmaster Go Wei Ming a friend and a leader for the new generation of chess players.
So one thing I always admire about him was his determination. Like he never gave up all the way when he was fighting for his Grandmaster title for the norms. So I think that's something that's really admirable, and like, it's a really strong quality of Wei Ming's.
Yeah.
I think
Terry,
Stephen,
we can't hear you.
Oh yeah, Terry's
Terry, no, we can't hear you, Terry.
Terry, we can't hear you.
You're not muted, but somehow we can't hear you.
Strange.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Terry.
Must be something with the microphone. Oh sure, let's carry on first. I think Xing'an, you also played with Wei Ming together at the Olympiads that we played in, right? 2014.
Yeah, it was the same Olympiad that I was in the team with
Yes.
Zhang Zong in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was Wei Ming as an Olympiad teammate as well?
It's, that team that year was a really strong team, and it was a really wonderful team in that there were two very clear and very strong leaders who both set very good role models for everyone to follow. And in the Olympiad, I was actually there as the fifth board. But even though I was the fifth board, I remember Wei Ming still like preparing with me for the games. And even when I was not playing, he would take the effort to still include me. And also, it was quite. I wasn't expecting him to be so sociable in that he would involve me in his own events, because I think this is a nice Olympiad tradition that there is that sometimes all the players will just go out one night, just have a nice kick about with the football. And it just so happened that near to our hotel there was a futsal court about 10 minutes away. So although most of them there were in their 20s, 30s, that kind of age group, that Wei Ming took initiative to bring me there and to also involve me in all these activities and to also show me the other side of such competitions, which is also the very fun and sociable side, and how chess is not just a game where you play it over the board, you play it as your team or as one person, but how there's a lot of community and also a lot of interaction between all these chess players. So it's,
Any famous chess players at that futsal court that day?
I'm trying to remember, it was so long ago. But
Yeah, it was like 6 years years ago.
Yeah, no, there were really strong players. If I'm not wrong, Spain's Vallejo Pons was there. I think he was the one who invited Wei Ming in the first place. Because I think it was the night after Spain played Singapore, if I'm not wrong. I might be wrong, but I think so.
Did we win that match when Spain played Singapore?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, Spain's team is really strong. But okay, I think now the most of the Simals are already on the way, apart from GM Wu Xiaobin Simal, which faced some technical difficulties earlier. So I think some of the Simals are on the way already. Is there any games that you think we should take a look at first? From any
Well, most of the games are still in the opening stages now. Now, actually, I don't think many of the games have crossed 10 moves. Maybe we could take a look first at Zhang Zhong's game against Arvid Badi, since he's the strongest. Arvid is the strongest player in this event.
Okay.
For the junior players who are playing against the grandmasters. So
Yeah, okay.
I think it's like an Italian game, but Arvid responded with Bishop E7 instead of normal Bishop C5, which is his typical response. So I've watched him play in a few events before, and he likes this Bishop E7. He likes this Bishop E7 line. So it's quite a typical middle game position, and it's kind of transposed into a Chigori Ryan Lopez variation after GM Zhang Zhong played Bishop E5 on his ace, which leads to a very typical Chigori W. So I think now the key thing for GM Zhang will be how to proceed from this position, whether he wants to play in the center or to kind of stranglehold Black's queenside advance before playing on the king side. So he's done the typical move of like knight e2, and Arvid responded very quickly in fact with knight c6, which are all very common moves in this variation. So they've gotten by transposition to a kind of very typical opening position, and it'll be very interesting to see how this like tussle goes on.
Yeah. I think Arvid is one of Singapore's up and coming juniors. He's already at 22,000, and I think he's only 15 years old. So he's really one of the more up and coming players. And I was fortunate enough to play him in last year's national championship in the last round. And I remember him as being a very solid player who was always very strongly prepped with his repertoire. And I think I'm not too sure if this is correct, but my general impression is that for players who respond to one e4 with one e5, like Arvid does, they generally are packed with a lot of theories, and that they are very readily prepared for almost anything that white can throw at them. So right now I think it's still probably comfortably in both Arvid and GM Zhang's repertoire, and probably more exciting things will come down further along the lines.
Yeah, I think Arvid he ranked second or third in one of the World Schools Championships a couple of years back, and that's where he got his Canadian Master title.
I see.
Although then he was only like 17 or 1800, he actually really grew in strength tremendously over the past 3 or 4 years. And he won his age group last year with a perfect score of 8 out of 8 and just completely dominated the entire field from round 1. So all his games were really, I was there in the tournament as well, all his games were really smooth. In fact, it seemed like it was effortless for him. So I think he's a up and coming talent to at least that we should at least keep an eye on as well. Yeah, in the future. Okay, let's look at another game. Maybe let's take a look at Wei Ming's game against Royce Ho. That's Archer 2242. So let's.
I think 2442 should be. I think.
Archer 2242. Yeah.
Is that his rating, Archer?
No.
His
he
rating's a bit lower than that. I think it's about 2,000.
Yeah, he's about 2,000 plus. He's a strong up and coming player as well for Singapore.
Yes. So this player is called Royce Ho, and I played in Bangkok with him. We both went to Bangkok Open together in 2016, and we were roommates there. So me, him, and another young player called Sheng Feng, we all roomed together. So he's quite a strong tactical player as well, and he's also someone who is quite dedicated towards chess and works quite hard. So he's quite a good, strong up and coming junior, and I think he played Wei Ming played a sideline of the Rosolimo. I'm not too clear about the theory here. Jing, do you know this variation a bit better than me?
Okay, I'm not too clear about the theory here, but just looking at the position now, it just looks like Wei Ming has a commanding position. Like I don't really see what Black does on Bishop D2 here.
Yeah, Bishop D2 looks quite strong. And I think after that he's gonna lose the C5 pawn, right? Because after White plays the Bishop D2, it attacks the Queen on E5, which is protecting the C5 pawn. And after that the Queen has slowly to move. Then maybe we'll just pick up the extra double pawn. Probably knight E7 was not the best move. Maybe Black could have played something like C4 instead on his 11th move to try and get rid of these double pawns. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like the mistake probably came somewhere earlier, but I'm not too familiar with the theory here.
Yeah, I think maybe C4 is better. Knight E7 looks like a bit too passive, especially with Bishop E2 as a incoming threat. And at least it gives Black a bit more options, of what to play and how to play the position. Yeah. What do you guys think, Chong and Terry? Have you played this line before? This Rosolimo Sicilian?
Yeah. Actually, I play this as my main line against the Sicilian.
Oh, great.
And all I can say is, if I get this kind of position, I wouldn't be able to ask for more because the dark squares are very, very weak. As you said, even if he plays like Queen B5 here, C4, and he's going to lose the C5 pawn. And it's not just the loss of that pawn, it's the commanding nature of that knight on C5, right?
Yes.
Together with, if you look at the pieces, that bishop on A6, that bishop on G7, they're just not well placed pieces at all. So I would say this position is positionally winning for
Well, yeah, that's really fast. Within 12 moves now, Wei Ming is commanding the position and is probably going to win quite quickly. Jing, how about we switch to Tren 26, QUAN26. It's a Vietnamese player who's rated 2220. So he's another really strong player in this event. And the game's already played 30 moves. It seems like a interesting middle game position. Yeah, so let's take
who's he playing at? Which Grandmaster is he
he's playing against Wei Ming. Yeah, Wei Ming
Also Wei Ming.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
QUAN26.
Okay, I see.
Looks like a Scotch.
Yeah, this is Scotch game.
Yeah, in today's Simon, we actually welcome a lot of players from overseas as well. We have some of the players coming from Philippines, some from Vietnam, some from Malaysia, and so I think 8 players from Taiwan as well.
A couple of Taiwanese players.
Yeah, and one even from Myanmar as well. So a really all-rounded Simon here.
International Simon as well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's forced to play like quite an ugly move with Queen E1 on his previous move, which I think does not really bode well for his position. Now the rook on H1 is kind of stuck out of the game, and I think after his opponent plays rook H8, I think Black has definitely equalized here. And what do you guys think of this current position?
I'm just wondering how this position came about. Because it seems he started off with E4, E5, and there's queenside castling.
Yeah, there's queenside castling on both sides, in fact. Not very common for the Scotch.
Yeah.
I played Scotch with Black, like, cause I'm a E5 player, and rarely, if ever, do I castle queenside. So that queenside castling option was very interesting. But on move 11, Wei Ming's opponent played knight E5, which was a pretty strong move. Because now bishop C4 or knight C4 becomes quite a strong threat, and it's hard to do something productive about that. Which is exactly what happened in the game. After H3 bishop C4, the queen is kind of stuck. It doesn't have anywhere good to go. And Wei Ming chose queen E1. And after rook E8 in this position, I think Black is equalized. Black has his strong rooks down the central files. White's H1 rook is stuck in the corner and can't really do anything. So Wei Ming is trying F4 now. I guess he has to kick the pieces back to try to start something. And yeah, this will be an interesting game to watch as well. What do you think, Tika?
Yeah, I think after knight e5 with the idea of bishop c4, I'm just wondering if white can ever in these positions go something like knight d5. But I'm not too sure here because I think black might have prepared some sneaky tactic with knight takes d5, e takes d5, and bishop g4. With the idea of f3, maybe something with the...
Of that e3 bishop. So he has to make a decision whether he wants to exchange it off or leave it there currently. Because if not, it could get a bit loose later. So
Yeah,
that's something that I think White also has to watch out.
yeah. For example, in this position, after okay, so after knight e5, if white goes knight d5, which I think is a blunder, there's knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop g4. If white goes f3 to try and save the exchange from the pin, I think black has a very nice move, knight takes f3.
Knight takes f3.
With the idea bishop takes f3, queen takes e3 check, and I think black just wins a piece here, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, after takes, king moves. Oh, okay, more. Yeah, so Wei Ming probably saw this and opted against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the reason for h3.
Yeah, this position looks equal to me. The scotch is often a structural opening where if white doesn't really lose anything tactically, then in this sort of position, if white can slowly push the kingside pawn, I think white is definitely not worse. But queen e1 is an interesting move because Wei Ming has been playing, training quite a bit with international master Su Liyang. And this queen e1 move looks exactly like the kind of move like Yang would play. It's a very ugly looking move. There looks like a lot of things you can try, but nothing really works. And then you spend a lot of time getting frustrated trying to punish the move where there's no punishment that exists. And then gradually your pieces get pushed back. So I wouldn't rule that out happening in this game as well.
I think Terry's trying to come back into the call.
Yep, I'm gonna need to admit him.
Okay.
Oh, I see that we are also going to be joined by Prof Lim's daughter, Miss Stella Korn. So I'm admitting her into the room and she'll be joining shortly.
Alright, that is great. That is great. She can share with us a lot more about Prof Lim and like what he was like. Especially since Qigan, you and I have literally didn't interact with him before because we were merely 2 years old when
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Miss.
Hello, Stella.
Hello here. Good afternoon. How's your simultaneous going on?
It's going well. It's just started actually, so all the games are still quite early.
Exciting. Here's a quickie memory of Professor Lim Kok An. He once did a simultaneous at Parkway Parade. Do you know about this one?
Oh yeah, it was actually near to my secondary school.
Right, because Parkway Parade is set up such that from all sides you can look down on this long central atrium. So he puts all the tables along in the central atrium, and as he moves from table to table, those who are viewing can stand in the upstairs galleries and look down all the way at the tables.
Oh wow, that must have been a very memorable event.
That is his sense of theatre, or showmanship.
So to our viewers, this is Miss Stella Korn. So Miss Stella is Professor Lim's daughter, and she'll be joining us on our stream as well to talk a bit about Prof Lim, who we are honoring through organizing this live play. So hi Stella and welcome to the stream.
Hi. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit.
No, it's okay.
I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to share my memories of my father because most of you don't only if you remember him at all, it's only in his later years. My memories start from the beginning of his teaching chess in Singapore schools in the 1950s and in the 1960s. After that, I was no longer in Singapore. My earliest first memory I have almost earliest childhood memory almost I must have been about 5 years old, and he has organized a chess tournament for the King Edward College students in a building which is now I have no idea what happened to it. It's at the back of the old Chinese building overlooking the sports field, and the chess students are playing match there. And after the match is championship is over, my mother presented the cup to the winner. And then at 5 years old now, they asked me to present my mother with a basket of flowers and a bow. And then somebody presented me with a box of chocolates for my role. So that was one strong memory that I have of it. And I was 5 years old. So you think my father is, I think, not yet 30, under 30 at that time. You see, my father came back from UK in 1948, which makes him 28 years old. And you can see that almost instantly he started organizing chess matches, first with the university students, and then forget where it went from there, but my mother sorry, counting years, I should have gotten this earlier. My mother was teaching in Bartley Secondary School when it was just newly opened. If any Bartlians are here, they will know exactly what year it was when the school first opened. And it was by far from being an elite school there. It was a very pioneer school. And the headmaster, Mr. Jesse Darson, was very thoughtful and experimental. He gave my mother free rein to teach ECA, literature and Shakespeare and acting classes, and he gave my father free rein to teach chess to the students after school. So I strongly recall how every Saturday afternoons he'll load up his car with lots of chess boards, chess clocks, and all drive off to Bartley, where all the tables were set up, and I'll be helping to I and my brothers will help to lay out the chess clocks, and he will teach the students.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, Mr. E.W. Jesudasan was the principal at that time,
wait,
right?
hang on.
Yeah.
Sorry, was it Abhishnagadan or Jesudasan? We'll have to check this up. I think it was Jesudasan, but I will check this up for you in a minute. Anyway, carry on. Any more questions?
Tsingan, what do you have to ask?
Okay, as in, I've read on some articles about that Miss Dallacon has written on her father Prof Lim before, and I feel that one of the things that really struck me was how she described her father as being very down to earth despite all his achievements, and that was something that I found I really admired about Prof Lim, and I also really admired about how Miss Dallacon also picked all this up, and also I think she embodies it herself. Yeah.
Oh, this show is not about me, it's about my father. I've just checked out the principal of Bartley was Jesudasan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think my favorite photograph of my father is the one that you all have used in the publicity for this match. The one. Where is it gone? I had.
Can you bring it up?
I have the very small copy. This one.
Yes, that one.
Yeah. That one. Yeah.
I've seen that many
it's one of the posters.
Yes, but it's my favorite one because it shows him being so friendly. You can see in that photo he loves the game and he's happy with the little boy and he's so keen to share it with the little boy. To this day, does anybody know who that boy is?
I do. Chongyi, Terry, do you guys know who the little boy is?
Can we see the picture again?
No, I don't know. Is it Tan Lian An?
No. Okay, talk about Tan Lian An. When he was 12 years old, I was, I guess, Sec 5, Sec 4 or 5, a little bit older than him. So I remember him as this young boy, rather shy at first, and my father would have him to the house, and as well as teaching him chess, would also, on the way, as it were, give him an insight into, talk to him at a serious conversational level. And in later years, my mother and father brought Lian An around London, introduced him to literature. Have you got Lian An as a speaker on this show? No, he's not able to come.
No.
Lian An will tell you that in the years let's say 1990s and just before that, my mother and father used to bring Dan An, who was a working adult by then, to London, and they'd go to shows together and with Jane and An's wife. So they would give them, as it were, a cultural education as well as everything else. So in that way, Dan An was always, I always felt Dan An is like my foster brother, part of the family.
Wow,
That's lovely.
Especially, let me tell you, if seen, I'm sure somebody will ask me whether any of my family plays chess. Not, not in this generation, but my nephew, Prof's grandson.
Okay.
You know Carlton?
Carlton Lim,
Bernard.
right?
But yes.
Yes.
And not only that, I'm so surprised, although Carlton hardly knew my father, passed away when Carlton was 12 years old, or no, was 14, I think, 14 or 16.
Yeah.
And yet Carlton who has not seen grandfather in action organizing chess, has become a passion for organizing chess. It's amazing.
Exactly.
You could think that love for chess might be passed down as a hereditary trait. Yeah? Very good at chess, grandson good at chess. But to have a flair and a desire to spread the love for chess, to organize chess, isn't that interesting that can be passed down to the grandson as well?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I think Xing An, he helped to organize the QCD Lim Kok An Grandmaster round robin, right? Last year.
Yeah,
he did.
it was a
Which
wonderful
Xing An
tournament.
played in. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually one of the participants in that tournament. It was a really well planned tournament, and I still remember vividly the entire session dedicated to Prof Lim before the first round. And if I'm not wrong, I think I remember seeing Miss Dalacon there as well.
Yes, I was there.
Yeah.
So it's so exciting. It's as though seeds that my father planted in the 1960s and 70s, slow by slow. How many of you are? Some of you not born in 1970s.
No.
The seeds are just very slow, but it's all the seeds that he planted. It takes a while. These things he was trying to do establish a culture of chess playing in Singapore. He wanted to have a slogan, a chessboard in every house.
Yes.
He wanted Singapore to say, play chess, not dumb. Dumb is last time they called checkers dumb, and it's popular. Don't be dumb, play chess. He really wanted it to be establish a culture of playing chess in Singapore, and if not for his the groundwork he laid in those days, I suppose it won't have happened, right? A couple of generations of boys now and girls now know what a chessboard looked like, and out of that, a certain percentage go on to pursue it with passion. It's all the work that he did, and at first he spent his own money. Then he used to go and ask for money from I better not say who are his main sponsors, but he worked very hard. He spent his own money and established a lot of chess lessons in other schools. Has anybody mentioned the series of articles on the Bartley system that he wrote for the Singapore Free Press?
I'm not sure about that. Chongyi, Terry, do you guys know about that?
No, not me.
No, not aware.
No, I think
I have to echo though that Prof's generosity really stood out, and it wasn't just a few times. It was like so consistent, and I mean it was just the bigness of his heart and his love for chess.
Yes, I know he helped a lot of people without saying a word about it, just quietly helped them.
Absolutely. He didn't seem to care whether he got credit for it at all. Sometimes he even wanted people not to talk about it.
Yeah, very quiet. But I have to tell you that the Bartley system, which he invented in Bartley School, elementary learning way to improve your chessmanship. He wrote a series of articles. So I remember seeing him at nights at home compiling his chess articles. And in those days, pre-computer, making a chess diagram is done on the blank form with cut out teeny weeny little chessmen
Oh.
and use them with glue and tweezers and attach them onto that chessboard. So that's
Wow,
how
yeah.
you construct the
Oh,
chess diagram. And then you would type out the article, and sometimes you'll go with him, rush it down to the newspaper offices, which were in the corner of Tanjong Pagar. I think the building is still there, but maybe no more newspaper offices. So I got to see what the oldest newspaper offices were like. And in those days, before lino typing, lead forms. One little lead piece is the book, another little lead piece is the whatever, and they can be stuck together into a form. That was another way of doing it, as well as the sticking pieces together on the paper. So he was doing all this old-fashioned technology and publishing the whole series of articles on the Bartley system. Somewhere or other, there should be an album with all those cuttings stepped in. And I did once say to my father that he should publish the Bartley system as a useful handbook. I don't know why he didn't think it was worth doing.
maybe that's something that even players of today could have benefited from as well. Yeah, I think that's something that really would have brought a lot of benefit to even players nowadays. Actually, Qinghan, Wei Ming has just got his first win in the Saima as well.
Hooray!
So yeah, so now that's the first game of our entire four Grandmaster Saima to finish with a win by GM Go Wei Ming. So congrats to Wei Ming for having the first win.
Yeah, I remember GM Go Wei Ming once told, I think, me and Ashvin an anecdote about how he was supported by Prof Lim's generosity himself.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, it was the under 12 Disney World Youth Chess Championships, and how Prof Lim had supported him to go on that tournament when he himself couldn't. And his generosity extended beyond just allowing or supporting GM Go to go for a tournament, but he also offered to help send his aunt there to act as chaperones to allay his parents' fears as well. Yeah, and I think also a very funny part about that story was how when GM Go and Prof Lim finally met over the board in the Cairnhill Open at one time, that Prof Lim actually didn't remember that. Yeah, he actually didn't remember or recognize GM Go, and I think that according to Wei Ming as well was just a testament to show how much Prof Lim had and the magnitude of how much people he had helped, and that even just one, he couldn't remember just specifically one person because of how far his help had reached. Yeah.
I think that's a true testament to the generosity of Prof Lim, which is it's one of his defining characteristics, I think. Yeah. It's something that really made him stand out as a human being in particular. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the intention of our event today is to really celebrate the personhood of Prof Lim, who he was and how he had made an impact on chess in Singapore, and how this impact is really a lasting impact, and how his legacy is shining through even all the way until now, and hopefully that will continue on for the next generations with people inspired by his story to really try and carry on that flame. Yeah.
Since all of you are well able to fill in the chess side of the story, I just mentioned other fields which
Yes, please do.
he
Yeah.
would have been remembered if that was all he did was his microbiology.
Yeah,
Right?
He was a prodigious doctor, if I remember correctly.
He was not a medical doctor of the kind who treats your cough and cold. He finds it works to find the cure for the cough and cold, right?
He was the researcher, right? Yeah.
He was a researcher, and if the coronavirus is still here, if he was here at this time, he would have been at the forefront of those searching for a vaccine. He helped to establish research into the polio vaccine, which in the old days you so frequently see children with one leg short walking in braces, right? Because polio was such a scourge then, and you don't see that anymore. He helped to test the vaccine that ended it. And I think what his work in vaccine then will have certain repercussions for when today in Singapore they are working to find a vaccine for coronavirus. And then just as outside working hours, as I said, he was a great, his culture, his he was a very person of great culture because my mother was an actress. My mother loved Shakespeare. Today, because she and my father went to so many shows with Jan An and his wife often enough, and many shows all over. Today, in the new theatre of Wild Rice Theatre and the Ngee Ann Kong Si Theatre in the old Funan building, right? Some of you may know that there is a theatre in the old Funan Center, which is called the Wild Rice Theatre. And they asked people to contribute to the seats there, and so my sister contributed. And there are 2 chairs in that theatre dedicated to my mother and my father because of my mother's great love for theatre. So one of the chairs bears the inscription, "Mom, enjoy the show." And I think the other chair bears the inscription, "Dad, enjoy the show with Mom."
Oh, that's so
we
sweet.
sort of imagine that Mom and Dad are forever watching the shows in that theatre.
Yeah, that's really sweet. Yeah. That's testament to their marriage. Yeah.
And to their joint love for cultural things and theatre things. And for me, perhaps some of you again know that I write plays and musicals, and I say that my ear for music, my ear for the music of the spoken word is due to my father. I don't know if any of you remember hearing him speak and lecture, but he had a certain gift of oratory. He would come up with a beautiful, rounded phrases and which well crafted, thus leading to a grand climax of his subject. That kind of thing. Whether he used this in the university lecture hall, I don't know, but he certainly used it in many public speeches elsewhere. And so that's where I owe something of my literary career to that part of his sensitivities. Scout. Somebody else remind me, one of his childhood friends remind me to tell you, he contributed to scouting in a great way.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I read that he was part of the Boy Scouts. Yeah.
You know what a Rover Scouts? That means, as it were, young adult scouts after.
Oh.
Yes. So he formed the first Rover Scout team among the university students.
Oh wow.
And occasionally took them out on overnight hiking trips, I believe. And in my childhood school holidays, he took us out as this was not officially a scouting project, but using all his scouting skills, took us on a little holiday out to Changi Beach, which is not what it is now. It was very wild, and pitch a tent on the sand and dig a little pit latrine because there's no proper sanitation, and cook our dinner on a fire built in a proper Boy Scout style on the sea. So scouting was also part of his life.
He's really a man who has done so much in so many different areas. Yeah, and really contributed so much to like Singapore as a whole. Yeah. I think Liang once I am Su Liang also once mentioned that Prof Lim was a man to whom the term joie de vivre would fit to a T.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think Stella, that is something you agree with, right? Very much.
Yes, always with that, even at all times, with a little joke and a little smile. Very cheerful. That photograph we've got really captures it.
I think I agree with that very much as well. Yeah, from what I've heard and from what I've read as well. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you look at Liang, it's quite striking how much his life has been modeled after Prof Lim, because Prof Lim was a doctor, Liang became a doctor. Yeah. Prof Lim was in infectious diseases. Liang, went into infectious diseases. So Liang is a man of few words, but if you can quite easily piece it together and say, well, it looks like Prof Lim inspired a lot of his life.
Yes, I think Liang is also very generous as well, right? With his time, with his money. I mean, it's quite legendary. And it all started because I think he found a very big role model from Prof Lim.
I think perhaps for many people, Prof Lim was a mentor as well, actively helping them in every way, actively showing them by example as well as by word.
Wow. I think that's something that's really, really admirable. Yeah. And one is his values that we should try to keep living on and continue on as chess players and as Singaporeans as well. Yeah.
Okay, I think Mark, would you like to propose your toast now to Prof Lim while
yes.
Miss Stella Corn is here?
Stella, I hope you have a glass with you. We wanted to propose a toast to your father. Wonderful person, great contributions in medicine, in scouts, in chess, which has impacted all of us and will continue to live on for the foreseeable future.
Oh, yes.
Cheers.
You
Cheers
drink
to
my cheer.
Professor.
Cheers,
Cheers.
Professor Lim.
Not
Cheers.
I'm so
That's
happy
perfect.
that you do this. I'm so happy. On behalf of Professor Lim's descendants and family, I would love to thank you all. And in a way, all of you are his descendants from the work that he did in the earlier years.
Thank
So
you.
in a sense, I suppose that makes us all one relatives, right? Oh. Okay, thank you guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
think
Thank you very much.
We are
thank you, Miss
forever
Stella
in
Corn, for
Prof.
joining us
Lim's
today.
debt.
It's really always
Thank you very
refreshing to
much.
hear from you, and I think some of our
Yes.
viewers have well wishes for you, and that they say
Oh, how
that they want
nice.
you to keep on to stay healthy. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
that's a
you.
very nice sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
okay, hope to see you again.
Yes, see you soon, Miss Stella.
Thank you. Should I leave now or are you closing?
Feel free to stay.
You
We'll
can
be
stay.
talking a bit about
Bye.
the game.
Stay. Listen to the
I shall leave. Bye bye. Bye bye,
commentary.
chaps.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you
Miss
very
Stella.
much, guys.
Bye.
Okay, looks like Wei Ming is first off the blocks with 4 wins.
Wow.
This is not totally surprising.
Not
Wei
surprising at
Ming
all.
tends to be, a very different style from Liang. Liang likes to torture people forever, but Wei Ming likes to kill quickly.
Kill fast. Yeah, Wei Ming's a fast killer.
Yeah, wow. Wei Ming has already recorded 4 wins, and the rest. Yeah.
Actually,
Wei Ming
we
is
can
one
look-
of the few Singaporeans who have authored a chess book, isn't it?
Oh yes, he's
Yeah,
authored more
he
than
wrote the one on
if
the
I
Bishop
remember
G5 knight off, if I'm not wrong.
correctly.
Yeah. I
have
think
a
he's the
copy here,
second
let me
most
just pull it
illustrious
up.
author in Singapore. He's
Yes.
the
Chess developments, Sicilian Najdorf, Bishop G5. He wrote that book as well. 4.5 stars on Amazon, which is pretty good.
That's right. So he's really an opening expert. There's probably only one other person who is more prolific than him in writing, and that's probably Junior Tay,
Yes,
also
Junior.
known as the top coach in Singapore.
Yeah, I have Junior's book on the Benko as well when I used to play that for a couple of years, like 2 or 3 years ago. But then I stopped playing it after I lost many games. But that was not Junior's fault. That's more of my fault.
Ashwin, you're a FIDE master, right?
Yes, I just got my FIDE master title 3 years ago. Yeah.
It's unfortunate if you have been coached by Junior Tay, you might have been an IM as well.
I might be an IM already. Yes. Well, yeah, I still have time. I think I still have time. Tsigan still has time as well. We have NS, we have university. Yeah, so we still have some time. Yeah. Shall we look at Wei Ming's game against Chen Yuan? That was the first game that he won. And he won in only 15 moves.
Oh
which is
wow.
really
Okay. Oh wow. It
Why
looks
don't
like
we
a
take
really
look at
nice
that?
checkmate in the final position.
Yeah, let's take a look at that game.
Okay, so it started out as an. Oh, okay. Wow.
You have the game, Tsigan?
Yeah, I'm at the game now.
Great.
Wow.
So it
2
started
c5,
off
3 c4. Wow.
for DC4.
Wait,
And
Ashwin,
I
is this theory? Cause I have no idea about this line.
I think it's a sideline. Like normally, black is the one that rarely plays c5 at all in this position. So,
I think this position actually kind of transposes into some form of a
transposers.
Blumenfeld.
Yeah, this is a transposition now, so it's already transposed. But usually black will play knight f6 first, and then c5. Yeah, so not usually starting with c5 immediately.
Yeah, so
But I
this
think
is interesting.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, queen d5, queen d5. By the 9th move, I think by knight takes d5. I think white already kind of pressing because he has a space advantage. The knight is threatening knight c7 check, and black's knight on g4 is kind of out of play, and it's not really doing anything over there. So I think white already is doing really well after the ninth move, and I would really prefer to be white in this position. What do you guys think? What do you think?
I've played this position as black sometimes.
Yeah.
I remember one game I played about 2 years ago in Australia whereas black I think I had this exact position, and I played something like d4 here, checking the knight. As in it's just losing, but as in what I remember of this line is that black is supposed to sacrifice his knight and then to have compensation with the center pawns. But it's a very, very complicated line with a lot of theory. And from my understanding, if black doesn't sacrifice the knight like what happened in the game, I think white just gets a huge advantage. And I think Wei Ming perfectly demonstrated how to convert that advantage well.
Actually, instead of ED5, isn't there a line where black plays B5 instead?
I think there's a B5 line, right, Xing An? There's the B5 line as well. Then
I vaguely remember Anand playing that before and doing quite well against, was it Beliavsky?
Yeah, I think.
So B5 here, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the theory here, but yeah, it looks like a very interesting move.
B5 with the idea of B4 is quite strong.
Knight B5.
Black can take either pawn, I think, either E4 or D5. Yeah,
okay, I think you can't take on D5.
No, but you just cannot take it again. So you can play with E5, ED5. Yeah, then you think like Bishop A6, something like that.
Yeah, I think for the viewers who may not see why this is a bad move, but there's this really nice tactic here that's quite typical in such positions.
So after ED5, ED5, if black plays knight D5, queen D5, queen D5, and then knight C7 check, which forks the king, queen, and the rook at the same time. So black ends up losing a knight in that position.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think this is typical of such Blumenfeld positions, that the game is just a mess.
Yeah, it's quite a messy.
And usually whoever is better prepared usually has a huge advantage in such sharp openings. And I think with Wei Ming having a reputation as being one of the stronger people in the opening in Singapore, I think this was right in his comfort zone.
Now, Wei Ming's opening knowledge is something that is really, really, really good. So, in the 2 times that I played with him, I always made sure to play a kind of offbeat sideline that I wouldn't fall into any of his opening prep in the really, really theoretical lines. And it worked out quite well when I went into those lines. So, I just stay away from Wei Ming's strong theoretical knowledge when I play with him.
It always adds an additional layer of psychology when you know that your opponent is so well prepped. And it's something that players always have to grapple with before playing them. And it's definitely not easy to deal with such pressure.
Can we look at Wei Ming's game with Max Lee Zhou Yi? It's very interesting.
Okay, I think Max Lee Zhou Yi is from Malaysia. He's one of our friends that came from Malaysia.
Okay.
Let me try and find that game.
Yeah, it's a bit further down. Yeah, on the.
Wow, looking at this position now, it looks like black is trying to mount some kind of an attack, but doesn't look too convincing.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
But I thought it's interesting because after 6-6, white is left with a weak pawn on E3 as well.
Yes, that's right.
And it seems to counterbalance each other out.
It's not easy to. I think white will have to do something like he has to improve his knight on D2 because the knight on D2 is not really doing much here. So maybe something like knight B3 to at least reinforce the pawn on D4 would make sense, and then it allows the queen to at least protect the king side. Yeah, so I think he should play something like knight B3 over here. What do you guys think?
So knight B3, there's a bit of a challenge because pawn takes pawn, you have to play rook takes pawn, right? Because otherwise your
rook takes pawn like this. Yeah.
Oh no, but
That's right.
if knight b3, what were you saying again?
F takes e3, then rook takes e3.
What's wrong with fe3?
Looks like he has just played b4.
b4. Yeah, instead Wei Ming played
Played
b4.
b4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I agree that the knight on d2 is a liability because
Yeah.
with the knight on d2, the queen can't move because let's say the queen
Yeah.
plays the queen b3, there's always going to be the knight d4 tactic as well.
Yeah, exactly.
The knight
so
belongs on
tactic.
c3.
he has to improve, find some way to improve that knight. Yeah. And even now, black may have say f takes e3, and bishop h3. So then white again has to be a bit careful that he doesn't fall to some rook takes f3 trick method and queen takes g2 checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think as long
that
as
as well.
white's queen stays on the second rank, he's relatively safe. But it's gonna be a pain in this Simao if you constantly have to look out for such things.
Exactly, yeah, such tricks. It's a Simao. When I played the Simao, I always find myself trying to put safe positions where I don't have to think about these kind of tactics. Because when you're
I mean,
dealing
if black now
with
plays
yeah,
rook f6 and then rook a f8,
F8,
he will just white has to just keep thinking of the threat.
exactly. Yeah, not easy to do in a Simao when you have to focus on like 25 other boards.
Yeah.
So thinking about one thread, really not ideal. In a Simao for the player playing for the grandmaster playing the Simao. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes and like how Wei Ming decides to deal with it. Let's check out the other games of the other grandmasters in say we haven't looked at either GM Wong Meng Kong's or GM Wu Shaopin's games yet. So I'm taking a look at to see which one of those are interesting.
Yeah.
Against GM Wong Meng Kong already is dominating against Sean Alpha. He's 2 knights up, so he's very likely to win that game already. So I think he should secure 1 point quite easily. Then
Yeah.
see whether there's any other games.
If I'm not wrong, GM Wong Meng Kong's strongest opponent or highest rated opponent is Po Yu Tian, who is Stay at Home 2020.
Okay, why don't we take a look at that? Stay at Home 2020.
Stay at home. Okay, let's have a look. Mystic Light is pretty strong as well against Meng Kong.
Yeah,
Oh,
his
okay.
position, Mystic Light's position also looks pretty good. Let's look at Stay at Home 2020. It's only been 13 moves so far. It's still quite early in the game.
Looks like an English opening.
Yeah, some English with some Queen A4 check.
I think this is all quite typical.
Yeah.
Looks fairly balanced.
Still a balanced game. Yeah. Knight G5, Bishop D7. Now I think maybe Meng Kong can think of ideas like Queen H4. Kind of just prod Black's position a little bit. Force some weakenings with H6 and then go on from there. Yeah. So that looks like
either that or
good idea. What do you
either
think?
that or Meng Kong might play E4, Queen B3, play for the minority attack against
yes.
E4.
Yeah, that's always a very typical idea in these kind of positions where white plays b4, b5 and tries to fix a weakness on c6 for him to attack later.
Yeah, I think this is a very flexible position for white. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from here, I think. But for now,
nothing too exciting so far.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the games are still the early stages, I think now. Yeah, because it's only been about an hour and there's a long time off for the games to go. So, yeah.
Maybe can we have a look at this game of Grandmaster Wu Shaopin against this player called what's his name? Caden Wee.
Caden Wee.
This one looks interesting because Caden managed to exchange off the dark square bishop, remaining with quite a good knight.
But does Rook F3 just win for
of course,
White here?
White has quite a strong pawn center, so it's one of those dynamic positions where it can go either ways.
Yes. I think it's quite a typical Grunfeld, right? It's quite a typical Grunfeld position.
Yeah. But of course, as a Simul master, you never want the other side to have a strong knight because there's always you keep having to check all the tactics.
Yeah.
So this one, I would say interesting. Black may have some chances.
Yeah, I think Kaden found a nice way to play the sign or at least get a strong knight on d4. What do you think if white plays rook f3? How should black respond?
I think rook
Rook
f3, black can just take on e3,
take on e3, rook takes e3,
rook
and then
takes e3, and queen. Okay. Yeah, probably queen a6 just to avoid getting kicked around by anything.
yeah. So that is, I think rook
Yeah,
f3
because the
is
D pawn is pinned against the
Yeah.
queen, so then
Yeah.
he can play knight d4 after that.
knight d4 after that.
Yeah, black is
It's
safe
quite
because of
nice.
this pin. I think.
Actually, if I was white here, I would have to play something like f5 very quickly after that to start up some counterplay. Yeah, because if not, then black is just going to consolidate very fast. Yeah, so I think white has to play something like rook f3 and then f5 probably, and just try to hit black on the king side.
Yeah,
What do you guys think?
I feel that although it may be seen as a good thing that now black has this outpost on d4, but that came at the cost of the bishop on g7, which I'm not sure, but to me it feels like the king feels much less defended now. And if after something like white just consolidates with bishop d3, e5, f5, something like that, it looks like quite a promising attack could be coming soon.
That's true, I think.
So that's where I like your move queen a6, because that
Yeah.
hopefully the queen can swing back and defend the king side somehow.
Cover the king side. Yeah, that's why I think queen a6 is a good move here. So if that happens in the game, then I think GM Wu will have to seriously consider what's the best option for white here and how can he go ahead and attack. Maybe bishop d3 after queen a6 is the best.
Yeah,
So,
bishop d3 just cutting off the pin.
That's the pin. It forces black to immediately decide what am I gonna do with my knight. Am I gonna play knight d4? Am I gonna play knight b4? Yeah, so
I think
at least you
black seems to not have much choice apart from knight d4.
Yeah.
And the knight might
I
look
think
good
so.
here, but sometimes knights on the outpost might not be actually doing too much.
Yeah, there's that Mark Dvoretsky, I think it's a famous Russian coach, his concept of the superfluous knight. So
Yeah.
it's a knight that looks good, but doesn't really do much. And the knight on d4 could become that superfluous knight.
Yeah, because
Actually,
this knight
Ushabin just
completely.
played bishop takes d4 instead of rook f3.
Okay,
let's go back.
that's interesting.
Let's go back to the position. Yeah, he played bishop takes d4 instead. And
Knight
his
takes.
opponent responded knight takes d4 as well.
Yeah, I think that's the natural move.
Yeah. So then now he has to, I think he'll have to decide, does he want to keep that bishop or let the opponent have an exchanging opportunity at any time. So yeah, that's whether it's gonna play maybe bishop d3, maybe f5 now. So I
Yeah.
think it's make a decision about that now.
Even maybe going something like bishop d1 to open up rook c3
Yeah.
and then rook swing over. Something like that.
That's
maybe.
also a good option.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
you
lot
just
of
have to be
options.
careful as white. Don't play a move like rook c3 hitting the queen, right?
Yeah.
Oh
Because
that would be
an
unfortunate.
instant end to the game.
But I think GM Ushabin would see such tactics like that and he wouldn't fall for it. Oh, Zhang Zhong has just won his first game as well.
Okay.
Again,
Nice.
Eugene Wong, right at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Eugene Wong YJ. Why don't we take a look at that and see how he won?
Right at the bottom of the screen. Wait. Okay. Yep.
Take a look at that one.
Okay.
Actually, just looking at Zhang Zhong's games, there are quite a number where Zhang Zhong is just completely winning.
Yeah.
So it looks like he'll chalk up quite a number of wins very soon.
I think that's expected of GM Zhang Zhong as well. Yeah, the strong 2600 player.
Yeah. In this game, quite a solid opening. Black's opening probably not the best, but
Yeah, the knight on c6 is a bit uncomfortable. Usually it shouldn't be there. Yeah, usually black wants to play c6 or c5 in this position. So you don't usually want to put your knight on c6.
yeah, and I think Zhang Zhong really exploited this very well with knight
Yeah.
e5. And then now here the d5 pawn is hanging on move 9. And it's just a huge weakness that black has to try and deal with, while all his pieces on the queen side are just not going to get developed anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
the
just
final
a quick
position, why
anecdote
did,
here, right?
Sorry?
yeah, why
Sorry,
did Eugene
Derek,
Wong
go ahead.
resign? No, the
Let's
final position, why
look.
did Eugene Wong resign?
Let me check. I'm just going through the game. It looks like he's down a lot of stuff.
It's a checkmate,
I'm
right?
counting
Eugene
it's
Wong?
just
Yeah. Oh, the final position was checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah. Checkmate then.
A lot of really nice
Yeah,
tactics
so
here from.
Terry, usually when you're
Okay,
checkmated, you
okay.
have to resign. There's not much other alternative to that.
Very fair.
True.
So
Then
a
no-
quick anecdote. Knight C6 is actually a opening that both Grandmaster Wei Ming as well as myself we've played quite a bit over our careers. And one thing
okay.
we've realized, whenever we play somebody of the strength of a Zhang Zhong,
Yeah.
that opening
It's
is just suicide. The guy
Yeah,
will just
it's not a good
take
idea.
the slight positional advantage and just squeeze the life out of you. And I think this is a classic example of that.
Yeah, and I think it
the way
really
a strong
suits
player
GM
can
Zhang
take
Zhong's style
advantage.
as well.
Zhang Zhong really just crushed his opponent in this game. I think he had no chances at all.
Yeah, very good positional play, and then a lot of flourishes at the end with Bishop G7 and then F8 Queen. It was really nice tactic there.
Yeah. Bishop G7 F8 Queen. Yeah. Of course, we would expect him to see those kind of tactics. It was a good game. Yeah, I think really well played by GM Zhang Zhong.
Can we have a
That's-
quick look at this game, Zhang Zhong against this guy Shu 1014?
Shu 1-0.
I think
Oh, wow,
Zhang
king
Zhong
on
is
G5.
completely winning this, but you've got to give some marks for courage for Shu
Yes.
to be charging his king up, charging his h pawn, not showing any fear to the strong grandmaster at all,
I-
and just
I like
trying to
how
make
his last
his
move was
chances
F6.
work as well. I
Well,
think
the
he's
king-
lost, but you gotta give him some credit.
That's
But
right, there's
actually,
no
where's the
immediate
mate?
check.
Oh,
I think he's
just Queen
mated
E3,
here,
Queen
Queen
F4.
D2 and Queen
Queen,
F4.
yeah.
Yeah,
Queen
Queen
D2,
E3,
Queen F4. Yeah, there's a mate already. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least he's trying. Yeah, at least
Yeah,
he's
he just shows zero fear of a strong grandmaster.
trying. Actually, maybe instead of F6, he could have played King H6.
But King H6
And
probably
that will
runs
prolong
into
the-
like. Oh yeah, because actually I was thinking at first Bishop B8, but then
Yeah,
there's
Black
always
doesn't
like Queen
have to play
G4
that.
check and things like that after that.
and then H4. Yeah. So Black doesn't have to play Rook takes B8 immediately.
Mm.
Maybe King H6 would have kind of helped to prolong the fight for Shu 1014.
But credit to him. We have to
The courage to play F6
Right.
to leave
some
the king on
score
G5.
for heart.
Brave.
Wait, how did the king end up on
Yeah,
G5?
Yeah, King H6 looks interesting. Yeah, it's not. There's no immediate win.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I think it would have been a good try if he saw that. Yeah, if he saw King H6.
Oh, actually, the game
Yeah,
is
it's a
quite
good
interesting because the king ended up on G5 from E8. So it was just
Yes, he never castled.
yeah, it was a
You
really
just charge, right?
Yeah.
You just said, who cares? Let's
Just
use the
went
king as an attacking piece. I think Terry's coach used to say that very often. The king is an active piece.
Yes, Tigran, right? Tigran. Yeah.
yeah.
Tigran.
I actually have a
Yeah,
copy
Tigran
of that book at home now.
The king is an active piece.
The king is a strong piece, yeah. By Tigran.
King H6, there's an interesting variation. King H6, Bishop F4 check.
Yeah.
King H7, Rook D3. Queen G4 check, Rook G3. And every square is covered.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. Yeah. So Black actually can survive. Yeah. Black may be able to
Yeah.
survive with King H6.
So
So
King
it's
H6,
not as
yeah, so
straightforward.
Bishop F4 check. Yeah.
Bishop F4 check, King H7, Rook D3,
7, Rook D3,
So like,
Queen
Bishop
H4.
F4 check.
and Rook G3.
Rook G3,
That's,
maybe
H4.
F.
no more.
And
Queen
Rook
takes
G3.
But there's a
G7
mate
checkmate.
on G7, right?
Yeah, so I think instead
Yeah.
of Queen G4 check, Black has to go Queen H4.
Queen H4. Yeah.
Finish.
And
then
now if
after
Rook
Rook G3,
Rook G3,
F6.
F6, Queen A7 maybe?
Actually, maybe you don't even need to play F6. You could even try Queen F6 and just go for that endgame.
But Queen
instead.
F6,
Where
Bishop
at least you're still
D4
fighting
looks, I think,
Uh,
game
Or
over.
Bishop E5. Queen F6, Bishop E5.
Yeah, Bishop E5, sorry.
Yeah, Queen F6, Bishop E5.
Yeah, and if
Okay.
F6, Queen
Yeah, fair
A7, I
enough.
think it's over as well.
Rook G8 now instead? Or then
the-
Bishop takes B8.
Yeah, I just
Right.
pick it off.
Yeah. Nothing. So maybe instead of Queen G3, Queen A7. Queen A7 is too strong.
Yeah, I think I think it would be a miracle if black somehow doesn't lose this position, but
Agreed. Yeah, it will be a miracle. I don't see anything also. Yeah, maybe this is the way to win for white. Actually, Zhang Laoshi just won the game. Yeah, after
okay,
Queen
nice.
E3, King G4, Queen F4. He just won the
Okay.
game. Yeah.
So
the game actually just
so I
finished.
think that's the second win for GM Samsung.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He won in the way that we described earlier. So he has actually 4 wins now. He picked up another 2 wins as
Oh,
well while we
wow,
were still
okay.
discussing this variation. He beat Tina Teng in another checkmate and Eric 1127. All checkmates as well.
So very clinical displays from both GM Samsung and
Wei Ming
GM.
and Zhang Zhu. Yeah.
Actually, maybe we could look at GM Wei Ming's game against QUAN26, the game we were looking at earlier. He looks to be down at
yeah.
exchange now.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
So Wei
exchange
Ming's
up.
in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, in a bit of trouble. Oh, okay. Okay, well, he's not completely dead in the water yet because white can still play things like e5 and at least he has a pawn for the exchange.
Yeah.
And active pieces. So he's not completely dead.
What
Yeah.
happens after e5? Oh, if rook g8, you want to play g4, yeah?
G4, yeah, I got G4. Yeah. So I still have that at least.
Yeah, it's better for black, but white definitely isn't
On
lost
e5,
yet.
maybe black has an interesting move, bishop f1.
Yeah. Then I think you have to play G4 here. So after bishop takes h3, you play G5, and then you pick off the b4 pawn later. So I think that is white's best option. The pawn on G5 then is gonna be harder to attack. Black will have to play his rook to D4 or something to try to attack.
Exactly. But there's that problem, right? After g5, black can play rook d8.
Then you have
it's
knight
not
d5.
obvious.
Knight d5, I go bishop g4.
Bishop.
G4, bishop
Go
g2.
back bishop c4.
Yeah. Or bishop c4. You have bishop c4. Okay, yeah, there's that. Yeah, I think that's.
And then take on a2, and then rook b4, and then the pawn flanks collapses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both collapse.
I think in
That's
the long run, this should be winning for black.
Yeah. That.
So Chongqi, do you think that Wei Ming has learned something from the many games he played with Li Yang, with the legendary Li Yang?
I think he's trying to play Li Yang style, but unfortunately, there's only one person that really can play that kind of ugly chess, right?
No, I think he's trying to lose 1 or 2 games, give some chance. Otherwise, people might quit chess, you know.
Oh, are you saying that he's trying to just give some hope?
Give hope to the
Yeah,
players.
either he's trying to give some hope or he's trying to prolong the guy's unfortunate chess career.
Well, Wei Ming on the 26th move, he gave his exchange with rook takes f6, and yeah, you're right. He didn't have to do that. He could have played like knight d5 probably.
Yeah.
Rook takes.
As in the move
Yeah.
b4 was very aggressive from.
Yeah, b4 was really very aggressive.
And it was actually quite a cute
he has
move.
a lot of experience in playing games like this. I mean, with against Li Yang has always tried this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Give chance. Yeah, so give hope, then go false hope.
Harry, has Li Yang done
way
that to you in your experience with him before? Has he like given you false hope?
Of course.
He did?
He ended my career, reduced me to be a small potato, for life. Because I thought I had chances in chess, but it was false hope. 30 years later, I now know all that was false hope. I hope
Now
QUAN
you're destined to be a small potato for the rest of your life.
Yes. But I was saved by small potato philosophy. It saves me. It's not that bad to be a small potato, actually.
Terry, tell us a bit more about the small potato philosophy.
Yeah. Let's share with our viewers.
Well, in Chinese, since we have some Chinese GMs, in Chinese it's called 小土豆思想. It's built on the fact that life is tough. You will lose chess games. I mean, you may lose in life. Sometimes life is not fair. Like those guys will be playing Zhang Zhong and they think, life sucks, how can somebody see so much more than me? But as a small potato, you need to learn to accept that there are people better than you. You need to learn that life is not always fair, life is tough. So don't complain, don't compare.
No, I think
Yep.
it's a
And
wise sentiment.
Yep.
Very wise sentiment as well. Keeps us grounded. Yeah, something to keep people grounded whenever we feel frustrated that we're losing. Yeah, I think it's a good sentiment. What do you think, Zingan?
Yeah, I think it's a good philosophy, not just for chess but also in life.
Yeah,
Why don't we
how
get
in
so
school
I
nowadays.
don't think any of us would have survived the many losses to International Master Su Liang without this small potato philosophy that's kept us going.
It was pure torture. I mean, you guys know how it's like losing to international grandmaster Goh Wei Ming, but have you ever been tortured? You had false hope in a game? Only
Well,
to
no. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah. Although you could say Jing Yao is quite similar, right, Zingan? Would you
Yeah,
think so?
Ting Yao is quite similar, and my record against him is abysmal.
Absolutely terrible. Yeah. I am thinking I was like the strongest player of our generation, yeah, our batch. And I'm proud to say I beat him one time in our very first game that we ever played. I've never beaten him since then. Yeah. In 2010.
So now you have to ask
Spontaneous-
yourself, Ashwin, whether that could perhaps have been I am Tin Xing Yao giving you a little bit of hope.
Yeah, that was his first like smidge of hope for me, and after that, no more. Yeah, he just beats me all the time.
Actually, in
yeah.
our generation, I don't know whether some of you are going to get disheartened losing to Jing Yao, but in our generation, a lot of people lost to international master Su Liang, and they quit chess,
Oh
and they went
wow.
on to establish glittering careers for themselves. If I mention their names, you will know most of them.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's quit chess because of Jing Yao, right, Jingan? I don't think so. Yeah, because of Jing Yao in particular.
Yeah. Not
But it's a
yet,
very
not yet.
sobering experience whenever you play with Jing Yao. Yeah, a very sobering experience. Yeah, actually, in Wei Ming's game against Quen 26, he's played exactly like how we discussed earlier. E5
Bishop
and Bishop
F1.
F1. Yeah,
Very
so
good move.
his opponent has seen that strong move Bishop F1, and I'll be interested to see how Wei Ming reacts to this. Yeah, because as we discussed earlier, I think there's no way that White can hold this position anymore. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I
gets
think
attacked by two
I
sides.
think White is basically forced into G4 because H4 is just resigning
Rook G8,
positionally, I feel.
yeah, H4 Rook G8 and it's game over.
Yeah.
Once the rook
Can
gets
he
in, it's
try
game over.
something like Bishop H3, Bishop D5?
Bishop.
Okay, wait. Now it's White's turn, so White to move
Bishop
first.
D5, and then if say Rook E7, then something like I don't know, even Knight C4.
I think on Bishop D5, maybe Black just goes Rook E7.
Yeah, then Knight C4, and then try and put Knight D6 and chop the F7 pawn.
Wait,
Something like that.
White may have a hope here with Knight D7 check, King C7, Knight F6. Then it forces Blacks to decide where am I going to put my rook.
He's gonna put it on D8.
But then you play Knight takes H7, and then Knight G5, and then you take another pawn on F7.
Yeah, but I think you probably, if instead of Bishop D5, Knight D7 you're talking about, right?
No, immediately now Knight D7.
Yeah, so instead of Bishop
Play
D5.
Bishop D5, play Knight D7.
So Knight D7, let's say King A7 just to be safe from all the checks.
Then Knight F6.
Knight F6.
Yeah.
Or maybe just if after Knight F6, just Rook H8, just defend the pawn.
Yeah, I
Then now I
think
can play H4, and there's no more Rook G8.
I think Rook C8 is also quite strong. I think.
Rook C8. Why don't you show that on the stream?
Yeah, I'm showing that now.
Oh, it's showing. Okay. I think mine's a bit slow. C8.
But then
It's
you
Knight
can
D7.
slowly play, right?
Cause Rook C8, I'm going for Bishop D3 now. Rook
You're going for
C3
Bishop
now.
D3. Yeah.
A lot of things.
Sorry, you played Knight D7. Why not just King C7?
Then
Then
you don't have
knight
this rook
f6.
c idea.
Yeah,
and there's no
and-
rook c8 idea.
And then white will always have like knight d5 with check, then take on b4. So I thought king a7
Okay,
just
he
felt
does check.
nicer.
safer. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
it's safer. Okay, after rook
Bishop
c8.
c8.
Yeah. Okay, this is quite strong. Yeah.
The grandmasters today don't believe in giving chance like Liang, right? Looks like it's all wins, no
Looks like
draws,
it.
no losses so far.
So far, yeah. But it's always the easy games that end quite fast in the Simons. So when the Grandmasters, the Simon Masters start to have draws, it will be towards the later games. Yeah. Usually the games that end early are the games that are really quite straightforward. Yeah. Which is what we've seen so far.
Looks like the
So-
Grandmasters
Actually,
haven't learned
Ashwin,
what to do.
Yeah.
if there's your knight f6 here, the other possible move is just rook a8.
Why not just rook a8? Yeah.
rook a8.
Yeah, this is also
Now
that's
you're
also
hitting
killing.
both
You're right.
pawns.
Yeah. Then rook a3 comes and then it's game over after that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
then rook a3, chop g3.
Yeah. So
Looks
that
like
will
But,
lose
but
as
I
well.
think that's bishop d5. That's bishop d5.
Yeah, you can go bishop
and then
d5
bishop
and sit
b3.
on b3,
Uh-huh.
I think.
And bishop d3. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, bishop d5.
Yeah, then bishop h3, bishop. Yeah,
You play
Yeah, that's
bishop
a point.
f7, h7.
there's still some chances. You're right. Bishop
Yeah,
d5 is
there's a lot of interesting counterplay here actually.
Okay, so we cannot write white off completely yet. And I think maybe they played that. He played knight d7, king c7. So
And then-
I see black chose
Yeah.
king c7 instead.
No, I
Yes.
think if knight f6, you just play rook d8 and then bishop c4. You just control the square. And it's definitely going to be a win for black.
okay, wait now.
You know, rook
So
d8 is control. Rook d8
wait.
and then you play bishop c4. You just
Bishop
control the square. Forget about the pawn first.
okay,
No, but rook d8, I think there's still bishop d5.
you can still play
right?
bishop d5 because the knight protects the bishop on d5.
And then
Yeah.
hitting f7.
Yeah, so now in this position, after 30 king c7, Wei Ming can play knight f6, and then whatever black does, he can just play bishop d5 on the next move. Yeah, unless black plays something silly like rook f8, for example. Yeah, which gives like another pawn. Then if not, just bishop d5 on the next move, and then maybe then white can have some control over the position.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I still don't really like king c7. It feels like it just opens itself up to more.
More
Okay.
checks, right, with knight d5. At least,
Yeah, and I think it takes away the only really viable square against bishop d5, which was rook c8 with like bishop d3 ideas, or like rook c3 to pick off the pawns.
Yeah, so Wei Ming is showing his strong calculation ability as a GM.
Yeah,
He can
even in
find
a
all the
Simao, and that's
resources
very
even in
impressive.
Simao. Yeah, so that's really impressive. It shows that is the Grandmaster class. This is really the Grandmaster class. Then did he play knight f6 in the game? Yes, he did play knight
Yeah,
f6.
probably. I think it's an immediate move here.
Yeah.
White
It's
just makes the move and asks
the most
black
obvious
to
move.
come up with some solution.
Yeah.
I think
So I don't
these are
see-
nice
let's-
positions to play for white.
Yeah, let's go back to this game later. Let's check out some other games as well. So Zhang Zhong
How about some of Grandmaster Wong's games?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
let's
think
look at Grandmaster
he
Wong's
he's
game.
already wrapped up 2 wins.
2 wins, yeah.
With two
Let's
solid
take a look
wins.
at his wins. So he beat Sean Alpha and he beat Madhav Agarwal. So which one do you want to take a look at?
I think Sean Alpha was the one where he was 2 nights up for a really long
Lights up,
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And he
that one
finished it
is
off
not-
with a
not
nice
serious
back rank
game.
mate.
Oh, he beat Madhav in 11 moves.
Wait,
Oh, but that's due to a timeout. Black lost on time actually.
so that's a pity. I think there's probably some
Yeah.
disconnect there or something.
Probably a disconnect. So I don't think we should take a look at
Okay,
it.
then again, if you look at the position,
Actually, even in the position, white is better, but okay, actually white's already winning, right? After queen takes e7, just play like queen d2, rook e1 comes, and then it's game over.
it looks.
After that. Yeah, I think you're right. It's completely dominating after bishop takes e7.
How about the
Madhav.
game against Viking S9?
Viking s9. Okay, I see it. Yeah, let's take a
The
look at
pawns are equal, but
Ah,
it's interesting, right? Because Ming Kong has a bad B2
it.
bishop,
Bishop. Yeah.
whereas the knight is not weak, right? The bishop on E4 is very strong.
yeah, I actually really like Black's position here.
Black's doing well.
Yeah,
I
some
think Black's
sort
doing
of
quite well.
doubling
too.
with the F file and
Yeah, queen
Yeah, but
f7,
Bing Kong
queen
is very
g6.
strong.
queen f8. Of course, yes.
And Meng Tong is very strong in this position. When I was young, I saw him play a lot of this kind of concerto positions. He's really strong. I mean, you see, he will reroute his bishop c3 to e1 to maybe g3 to e5. Then you suddenly see all his weak pieces take on good squares and
Okay, that's something to watch out for as well. Yeah, he just played bishop f3 here, so I think he's asking black, what do you want to do now? Do you want to exchange? Do you want to leave it there? And like really putting the question to black as to how he's going to play. I think black should do something like rook f8 probably. Yeah, or is just what black did actually. Yeah, he did play rook f8, double the rooks on the f
So now I like Terry's idea, bishop c3,
bishop c3,
and bishop
yeah.
e1. If he can put it on
That's why I
g3,
think-
then he's fine.
Yeah.
That's why I
Exactly.
think black should have played maybe bishop takes f3, then g takes f3, e5.
Yes, yeah, so to get open something up. Yeah. And white plays queen takes f3, there's knight e4, and then the bishop is stuck after that. So white was to play g takes f3 there.
But e5, Terry, after bishop f3, gf3, e5, then pawn takes pawn, then you're going to play what?
Knight
Knight
d7.
Knight
Right?
d7.
Yeah,
But
because
that
c5
position-
also.
d5 and e5 both under attack.
The position a bit dangerous for black, right? There's f4, f5, and a bit of an attack.
Yeah, but you play f4, I play knight takes e5 and knight e4. Then
f4, knight takes
Knight
c5,
goes to
f5.
Then
Yeah, I
goes to maybe a
agree.
g4. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's unclear, but it's better than this. This one, yeah,
It's
if he gets
definitely
the bishop to d6, then yeah, white looks okay.
Yeah, this one is going to get squeezed by GM Wong.
I think here black has to play bishop takes f3 on the next move, and then just like depending on what white plays. If white plays g takes f3, he can still play e5, de5, knight d7. The similar idea could work again.
Actually, white has a very strong sequence. Bishop c3 to e1 to h4.
Ooh, h4.
When the bishop reaches h4, it's
Terry,
think
what's so
bishop-
special about that
psychological.
h4 square with the bishop?
yes, the psychological damage once the bishop reaches there.
Oh.
You have that bishop takes f6 idea also, I think, and then bishop takes e4.
Yeah, I feel like
Okay,
once
if
white goes
black
bishop
have a
c3, black will probably have to take on f3 quickly.
Yeah, black has to. I think he has to play bishop takes f3 then, and then see what white does.
But it'll be
Yeah,
interesting
if
to
we-
see, because if bishop takes f3, if anything else apart from the pawn takes on f3, you go knight e4 and black's position is
E4.
fine.
Yeah,
If
I
you
think then
take
black is
with
fine.
g pawn, maybe I have something at knight h5, and then your bishop never comes to g3.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Knight h5, you can play something like f6, rook g6 after that. Yeah. So then white will have to be careful. But after knight h5, maybe. Okay, no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe something like king h1 and rook g1, but that doesn't work as well.
Yeah, so my thinking is that worst come to worst, black just plays g6 and then he just sits.
Just sits there.
Because
waits.
white in these positions, I think any e4 might be a bit too much because of the f4 square and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So still an interesting positional battle here.
If
Yeah, this
Wrinkle.
position, I think white should probably go for something like a queen e2, king h1, and then double on the g file maybe.
Yeah, that's probably white's
that's
main
right.
plan in this position. But if
Not
black,
e4.
I
You're
think
right.
GM Wong will
E4
play
is too weak.
GF.
yeah, he should play GF.
but if
think
black
that's
sets up with just g6 against that, it still looks quite hard to break.
It's hard to break.
But then again,
It's-
black doesn't really have his own plans as well. So
And white can slowly then push a4, b4, b5, right?
yeah, just sit a rook on g5, maybe even put it on e5 next. Then
We can take a look at GM Wong's game against KTYM. That's Megan Kwok.
oh, okay.
KTYM. It's quite early in the game, 14 moves, but already at least Megan is posing some threats to GM Wong. Let's take a look at that.
Wait, what's her username again?
KTYM.
KTYM. Okay, yeah, sure.
KTYM. Let's take a look
So
at
she's
that.
threatening bishop takes f3.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
some
white
figure
has to
hits.
play either g3, It looks quite
H-
ugly, right? G3.
Yeah, it looks quite ugly, exactly.
H3 is
Whatever
even
white
uglier,
left
so I think G3
Yeah.
is almost forced.
Yeah. So if H3 black even has G5 and G4, yeah, to open up the position. So G3 is probably forced. And then you can even play things like Queen H3. and then
Actually,
have
what's wrong
slow-
with H3?
I think black has G5 here. Yeah.
H3,
and G4.
G5, I go knight H2.
Knight H2. Okay, can I play F5 maybe? What happens if I play F5? What will you do?
Okay, I'll just give like bishop H5 check first.
Jim
and
won't play
think
Queen
later.
E1 actually. He played
Wow.
Queen E1.
What?
Wow.
Okay, I don't know if I'm missing something here.
So bishop takes F3, he wants to play what? Rook takes. And then Queen H2, he wants to play like King F2.
What?
Okay, wow.
This?
I don't know.
That looks suicidal, right? Then Knight F6 is coming
Knight F6,
with a
then
knight check
H4,
on
knight
either
G4.
square.
Okay, I need to take a look at this position for a bit.
There has to be something deeper here, right?
There has to be something.
Is this some psychological trick? Don't forget GM Wong is a psychiatrist by training.
Maybe he's psyching her into thinking that
I
he
think
can't
he
do something like
hallucinated.
to.
He hallucinated. Because if bishop takes knight, he can't play bishop takes, right? Because queen
Yeah.
check and then bishop G3
G3.
check against the queen.
Yeah, so rook
he's
takes
forced to
is
play rook
forced.
takes.
Queen takes H2.
Queen takes
is the
H2,
best.
king F1, I guess.
King F1 may be necessary.
Yeah.
Then black still has knight F6, knight E4, and then Queen H1 is mate. Then, yeah. So black can still play knight
But
F6.
you see knight F6, rook H3, your queen's trapped.
Okay. Smart.
No, there's
smart.
still knight E4 check, right? Oh no,
So the
there's
king's
king
at
F1.
F1 now.
Okay, king
It's
F1.
at
Okay.
F1.
Okay, so you got to be a bit careful.
Yeah. Also,
You can
Megan
always
did-
check on H1 first, right? And then king F2, and then maybe play queen. I don't know,
H4?
H4 check again.
Yeah, Queen Rook H3 is a neat trick.
Yeah, but I mean, black has at least a draw in pocket here, and what more can you ask for against GM
The
Wong and Kong?
Grandmaster, right?
No, black, you don't want to draw here.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually you want to win.
You're definitely
yeah.
playing for
Black wants
win
to
here.
Yeah. So Megan did play bishop takes F3. Yeah, rook takes F3, king H2, king F1. Yeah, I think then she has to start to think how
Yeah.
she's gonna win.
I think she's probably as confused as us here.
Yeah, I think they're thinking how they miss this tactic.
But it's not all lost yet. I mean, black has got the two bishops.
Yeah,
So,
it's just
I
one
think
pawn.
it's
As long as
It's
black
just one pawn.
doesn't checkmate white, it's
He has
there's compensation.
Black has compensation. Yeah. At the very least, there's some
It
compensation.
doesn't win on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
still development
Thanks,
advantage. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Never
should
know.
also
There's
Maybe
a
this is
first
some.
draw as well. I don't know whether it's worth
Oh.
taking a look at.
let's
Someone
take
has
a look at
drawn
that.
against Wei Ming already.
Okay.
That's CCJX.
CCJX. Not
Looks
sure who
like
that
quite
actually
an
is.
early draw, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
Look at that.
CCJ.
It's near the bottom of the Simon thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
so
that
for
looks like some
five,
endgame.
245.
CCJX is a Malaysian player, Clement Chiang Jinxuan from Malaysia. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's check out the game. C4
When you-
E5.
Okay, this. Yeah, it seems
English
like
opening.
a typical English.
Yeah.
Nothing
Another
much to say
English
about
opening.
this.
Actually, they traded a lot of pieces quite early.
Yeah.
So by the 20th move, by the 21st move, they traded off all rooks, all knights, and it's just left with bishops and queens. Yeah, there's a lot of early piece trades.
Wow. Everything was just traded off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything was just
so
traded off nicely by black, and
Yeah, I think Wei Ming just let black trade everything very quickly. By move 24, it's a bishop endgame already, and that bishop endgame is a draw, easily a draw. I think black has to play really badly to lose this endgame already.
yeah, so very nice and solid play from black here.
Yeah.
So well played to Clement.
Maybe he was just going for a draw because, yeah, only black can even try for anything because white's pawn structure is slightly worse. Yeah. So black is the one who has all the structural cards in that sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think they just repeated moves after move 30. Just repeated
yeah.
move.
I think that's a logical 3-4. Yeah.
So Wei Ming actually actually in fact he just acquiesced to a draw quite fast by allowing all these exchanges. Like I think on move 13, Queen B3, that allowed another rook exchange again. Maybe he didn't have to do that. He could have maybe played castle instead of Queen B3.
Yeah, I think
then
he
after
probably
AB
underestimated the power of Knight D5 and how it forced
Yes,
basically
the Knight
everything to
D5.
trade.
It simplifies.
Knight D5
yeah.
was a nice find by Clement.
That's right. Yeah. And after rook c8, yeah, it's just a draw. It's basically a draw.
A very nice solid play by CCJX. You said it was a
So-
Malaysian player?
Yeah, it's a Malaysian player.
Yeah. So
Well
good
played.
job to CCJX, our first draw of the event. See.
Okay, I
any
scrolled
other
up
game.
and
GM Wu Xiaopin actually has won his first game as well against YNWA Chess Crusher.
oh,
So why don't we take a
let's
look
take a look at that. I think that's
Yeah,
Tan
The one
Min
looked
Ji, if
like
I'm not wrong.
a
Oh, but this
very
is
nice mate.
was this a timeout? Oh no, it was a really nice mate.
No, checkmate. It's a checkmate. Yeah, it's a checkmate. Nice knight takes f7 checkmate. I quite like that.
Yeah, quite rare that you can see such beautiful mates.
Okay, let's take a look at the game.
Yeah, so right out of the
Right.
opening, I think GM Wu Xiaobin got quite a comfortable position already.
Got a comfortable position. Yeah. Quite
GM
comfortable.
Wu against yeah. You know, by the way, I
Right.
just saw GM Wu against Hayden B is quite interesting.
Okay,
GM Wu attacked the
let's take a look at that as well after we go through.
That looks
Yeah.
like a classic Ray Lopez ending where white is just better, right? The
Yeah.
rook is better placed, the bishop is stronger, pawn structure is balanced slightly better as well.
Actually, no. Now GM Wu Xiaopin. Remember the game where Black plays knight d4?
Oh wow,
that
this
game. Yeah, so that game is now developed into a strong attack for white. Yeah, very, very strong attack.
yeah,
I think
Yeah,
what-
but then
Wow.
the c4 here, king takes g6, rook c3, queen takes c3.
yeah.
Actually,
He didn't fall for it earlier, he's not gonna fall for it
Go
again.
for white now. I think white is simply winning after queen g5, right? After queen g5, it's probably checkmate soon.
Yeah, Queen
After-
G5 has
yeah.
to end in mate somehow.
No, because if black plays knight e2 check, white just plays king h1, knight takes
Wait.
c1, rook f7.
Wait, Queen
Right.
Queen
Checkmate.
Queen G5. Do I have Knight E2?
Yeah, king h1. I just play king h1.
I go Knight G3.
Knight g3. H
Wow.
takes g3.
Oh, you have Bishop H7.
I bishop h. No, bishop h5 also. Bishop
Oh,
h5
yeah.
and h7.
Okay,
Yeah,
H7
both work.
looks
So I
nicer.
can block the check that way. Yeah, it's a good spot though, Qiang. That's a good spot. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think after queen g5 it's just game over.
Yeah.
Black can't escape.
Oh, so close. Almost a
Knight
scam.
G3. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
almost a scam. It's not g3 check. After h takes g3, rook h8, but actually white has bishop h5, h7 both work. Yeah. If king takes rook f7 checkmate.
Yeah.
So both bishop checks work.
Yeah. So I think a
So, yeah,
really nice attacking game here.
Nice. And he played, as I think how we suggested earlier, the e5 and f5 attack.
Yeah,
And I
because
think black was just too slow to respond to
yeah,
these.
black's queen is just completely cut off from the game. It's just offside. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. a6 was a
So
poor move.
He
Yeah,
had to
I think
play
A6
queen
was
a8, a6 instead of
Queen
a6.
a6.
Yeah.
You're right. That's right, Jongi. Yeah. A6 just bad. Yeah, please.
So any other games
Okay.
where the non-grandmaster has any fighting chances?
Let's take a look. Let's try to find one of those games.
Hmm.
I mean, the obvious one is still KTYM against Meng
Exactly
Kong.
against Meng Kong. Yeah.
Hmm.
I wonder whether there are any others.
Against Wei Ming is playing against CMXN, and CMXN has two pieces for rook.
Yeah, I think CMXN is Charlene Ma.
That's Charlene Mark. Yeah. So she's another strong female junior player. I think she was age group champion a couple of times. And yeah, she's.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
Maybe
that
take
looks
the-
better for black.
yeah, it looks better for black, right? We played the interesting B4 sideline of the Sicilian. I forgot what the gambit is called, but yeah, he gambited a pawn right in the opening.
I think that opening is actually one that he mentioned when talking about Prof Lin. He said that
Oh,
he actually
really?
learned that opening during the under
Good for him.
12 World Youth Olympiad.
Wow.
Looks like Black is better.
Oh yeah, actually we should take a look at this game. He played the very typical Greek gift sacrifice with Bishop takes h7. Yeah. So this will be a good game for our viewers to take a look at.
Wait,
It's
I'm
CMXN.
trying to find the game.
Yeah.
Wait, it's against
I think you
Wei Ming,
just
right?
scroll past it. Yeah, you just scroll past it. Yeah, CMXN.
Wait.
It's next to Archer's game.
Oh, okay,
Next to
yeah, sure.
244.
Oh wow, that's a mess. But yeah, it does look quite nice for black.
Actually, I played a very similar position before in the National Rapid Championship against a young player, Kawin Yu, except white also had a pawn on b2. So it's the exact same bishop takes h7 sacrifice, and I was also able to escape with my with my king. So actually, maybe the bishop takes h7 sacrifice is not exactly correct in this position.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the general principle for whether the Greek gift works or not is the ability of black's bishop to come back out to f5 later and to guard the h7 square. But I
Exactly.
think there are some cases like this where somehow black seems to be surviving.
Black actually survived. Yeah, black actually managed to survive after queen e8. White can't find a win. There's no immediate win over here.
Yeah,
So-
it feels quite strange because I think gut instinct would tell you there should be something
Exactly.
here, but
I don't see anything concrete as well. Even though, yeah, you're right. My gut tells me that white has to be winning. But there's nothing concrete. So after rook f5, black managed
Oh no!
Yeah.
Looks like Ming Kong played King F2 against the lady
Ooh.
player.
Oh no,
After
oh no.
Knight F6, that looks
I think that's after knight
A little
f6 is
bit
probably
dicey.
too far.
a little bit dicey. Or is there still...
knight
Can you still
f6 there's
play
probably
rook
still
H3?
queen g1, I think.
One.
No, but queen
Then bishop g3 check.
what?
Right.
Then
King-
I just go king f1.
King f1.
As in my
But then
aim
now
is
your
to
king is
not
stuck.
get mated here.
Yeah. But then, yeah, you will
As in
not
after
get
bishop
mated.
g3 king f1 you probably just move the queen away and
Wait, actually, even after queen g1, can't I just play knight e4 check?
king f1,
Knight g3 check?
king f2.
Then queen takes g1, king takes g1, knight takes e2.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
your
I'm
bishop's
actually not at the
hanging.
game now.
Yeah.
Wait, after
Wow.
after knight f6, rook h3, where does the queen go?
Wait, let me try and find back that game.
Check.
Okay, let's see if I
E4?
get the game.
Yeah, okay,
Knight
I'm at the game
e4.
now.
But then you can play King
F1.
F3. Oh no, King F3, there's Knight
Queen
G5
knight
check.
g5.
So you have to play King F1.
Yeah,
One knight g3 check
Then Knight
Then
G3
King
check
F-
to
king
prevent
f2 again.
again. Oh, so maybe it's a draw. Right. Knight h1, king f2, knight h1 check again, king f1. And it just goes back and
Wait,
forth.
sorry, what line is this again?
No,
Knight
no,
f6, followed by what does white play?
Knight f6, rook h3.
Rook h3, I
Oh.
go knight e4.
No. Black has bishop g3. Quite simple, right? Bishop g3. Does that work?
Bishop
then
g3, I
knight-
just go
knight
king
e4.
f1. Oh no, then queen h3, yeah.
No, bishop g3, rook takes g3, knight e4, king f3. You can do that. Yeah. There's no checkmate. So yeah, Terry, I
wait,
think you're right. Yeah.
but
rook h3.
in that position, is
Yeah.
there really no checkmate? After
I don't
knight
see
e4,
one.
king f3, queen h5, what, rook g4?
Uh,
Because I mean king e4 runs
Yeah,
into queen f5 mate, so you're
of
forced
queen
to
f5
do
mate.
that.
So you have to play rook g4. Yeah.
I just go f5.
Oh yeah, f5 and then you just pick up the rook, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to pick up your knight.
Something like queen h4 doesn't work because I just take and I can even castle.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
very
maybe
nice.
that works. Yeah, queen h5. I think that's a nice move. Queen h5.
Then F5.
Yeah, rook g4 and f5. Or maybe this is what Mengkong missed. Maybe he didn't see queen h5. Maybe he saw all of this, but he got not queen h5. F5 and maybe king f4. Can you try that? King f4 just for
Wait,
Just for the
sorry,
fun
where
of it.
again?
after f5, king f4.
Okay, wait, let me get to that
Yeah, let's
variation.
try that. Yeah.
Check takes, check up, check here.
King f3, queen h5 check, and then rook g4.
f5, queen. Oh, okay. If what?
Yeah, so my idea is that if you play f takes g4, I can play bishop takes g4. Then maybe king takes e4 later. I don't know.
I
If you
think
don't
I
play
think here I should have something like g5
MSR
check.
win g5 check,
You have to go king e5, right?
king e5. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But you can't check my king after that.
I just take on g4.
We just take on g4. Yeah, king takes e4, then queen g6, and then I get checkmated.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, I think this is winning. I think this is winning for black. So we may actually see our first win for our Simul participants if Megan finds the correct configuration. But let's stay tuned to this game to see if she can find the win. Yeah. If
So
she
the
does,
line
then-
is knight f6, rook h3,
Ah,
bishop.
black played
Hey,
bishop
she
e7.
played bishop
Okay.
e7.
bishop e7.
Ah, maybe she was focused on just getting the queen out.
Yeah.
As in, she's also threatening bishop h4, which is strong, of course.
Yeah, but after queen g1,
Yeah,
as
queen
Mengkong
g1 was
played
played as well.
Bishop h4, king f1. And
Yeah, I think black in this position probably just goes bishop h4, king f1, and then he just goes back queen d6.
Pull the queen back to c7.
yes.
Yeah,
Still better for
I
black
can't
to
imagine
pawn
this
up.
queen on g1 being nice.
Yeah, but it was probably a better way to play than bishop e7, but bishop e7 doesn't throw away the advantage yet, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what we suggested, knight f6. I think that will have been better for black.
Yeah.
And even winning for black as well.
But I think most importantly is that GM Wong is not dead yet. So
Yeah, he's not. He's
yeah,
still surviving.
as long as he's not getting mated here, I think he always has a chance.
Actually, GM Zhang Zhong has a very interesting endgame against Ryan Ben 10. Zhang Zhong has one rook and Ryan Ben 10 has two pieces. Yeah, Ryan Ben 10.
I think I saw that. I think I saw that game earlier.
Yeah, we should take a look at that. See how Ryan managed to outplay the Grandmaster.
Ryan Ben 10, is it?
Ryan Ben 10. Let's see
Nice name.
what this means.
Maybe after that we can look at his game against Artvid as well. Well, it looks quite
Let's go
interesting.
back to Artvid's game. Yeah, see how Artvid is doing.
Wait, Ryan Ben 10. Okay.
Ryan Ben 10 is a 19-year-old chess player called Nicholas Ryan. Yeah. He's rated 1400. FIDE rating 1400. Let's see
1400.
how. Yeah, 1400. And he's
Certainly
fighting
playing
well.
better than that.
Playing much better than 1400s. Well, if you're a starting player, always your rating is not very indicative of your strength when you're playing. So he could be someone who's relatively new to the game and just started playing. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it
I
does
don't know
look
what
like ATYM is losing thread of the game a little bit. I mean, she just played queen h4 check.
Yeah, I think you're right. She is.
Probably isn't the best.
The queen
And now-
is quite useless
yeah.
on h4.
Now the
Yeah.
coordination will be a bit tricky, and white can unravel quite quickly. BD3, BB2,
Yes,
the rook
exactly.
comes out on f file.
Yeah. King,
A lot of compensation.
I think you're completely right. After something like king f1, then bishop d3, e4, bishop b2. Yeah, I think even white may not be worse after a while if she can consolidate. If he can consolidate. Because the two bishops and the pawn center is quite strong in this position. Okay, let's take a look at Ryan Ben's game. Singa, do you have that game up?
that's the game I have
Okay.
up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like
Yeah,
an interesting positional fight this game.
Yeah.
I think black here was playing really well to deal with the early pressure after
Yeah.
the trade of queens. His idea of a5 on move 17 looked really nice.
I think his move 17 a5 was strong. It really posed a big problem to GM Zhang Zhong because there's a lot of tactics on the queen side now.
Yeah.
And black is better placed to play those tactics than white. Because black king is safe on g8, but white's king on e2 is a bit more exposed, especially when it comes to that diagonal a6 to f1. So that was a very good move by Ryan Ben. And now after that,
it must have been a headache for GM Zhang Song to try and deal with this position. There's so many tricks and traps here.
But what's particularly impressive to me on this game is that this sort of endings, you would think that the stronger player would just outplay the weaker player, but in this case, it's clearly not the case. And he's using tactics together with that command of the c4 square very nicely.
That's right.
Yeah, And on move 28, I think it was a really nice tactic from Ryan Ben10 with rook c3.
Yeah, rook c3 is a very good move. Yeah, rook takes c3. I think
Yeah.
Zhang Laoshi just missed the rook
Yeah,
takes
probably just an
c3.
unfortunate oversight by Zhang Laoshi. Yeah.
So after bishop b5 and king f3, then black has two pieces now for rook.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the only thing I may have tried to play differently might have been to maybe try and actually keep one pair of rooks on the board at least.
Yes. Yeah. I think white has more counterplay with two rooks as compared to one.
Yeah, I think
But
I think
it's very
after the
hard for
trade of
black
one
to-
rooks, it's probably just a draw. But
Exactly. I think black, even though you're a pawn up technically by count, because bishop and knight is 6 points and white and rook is 5 points, but it's very hard to win with all the pawns on the same side. Yeah, it's a lot easier for white to defend, but he has to be careful about stuff like later bishop c6 and knight e4 to attack the f2 pawn. So I think Zhang Laoshi will have to watch for these kind of tactics along the long line.
yeah,
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how Zhang Laoshi defends this position. I think something like king g3 and f3 here at the final at move 34, like white should play king g3 and f3. That may present the best way to kind of like safeguard white's position and prevent any opening of the position.
yeah.
What do you think? Yeah.
Okay, so maybe while we wait to see if Zhang Laoshi can hold that position, maybe we can look at some other games.
Shall we
of
look
his.
at Update's game then? Update Barkley's
Yeah,
game?
sure.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's CM update B underscore 2005.
yeah, I'm at
Yeah.
the game already.
Okay, let me take a look at this. What do you guys think about this position with black? It's white to play. Yeah.
Looks
What do you
about
guys think?
equal. Black
I think
has,
it's about equal
of
as
course,
well.
the C file, but white has a strong knight.
Yeah, on d4.
Yeah, I think in this position, I'm just wondering about f5 for white.
Yeah, f5, right? Yeah, this is very tempting. Yeah, to play f5. I'm trying to make it work, but so far I
Yeah,
don't see.
I haven't really calculated anything here, but f5. Okay, bishop f5 is forced, I think. Yeah.
Zhang Laoshi played rook d2. GM Zhang Zhong just played rook to d2. Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you think about that move? What's he trying to do with rook d2?
I'm not sure about just doing nothing for white because black has a very simple plan, right? Just push the queenside pawns all the way down.
Yeah.
Open
just-
up maybe the c3 square.
Yeah.
Right. A5, B4, A4,
So
A3.
black can improve the position, but it's not obvious how white improves the position unless he plays f5.
Yeah,
I think white
I
has
think-
to play f5 at some point.
I think what
Yeah.
Zhang Laoshi may be thinking in this position is that he has all the time in the world to prepare f5. Like
okay,
black
yeah.
can start coming with the pawns, but I don't think it'll be faster than him going rook d2, putting the other rook on d1, and then going f5.
He taught us this concept of slow play when he was still teaching, when he still coached us. So like how you should just slowly maneuver your pieces to find the best outpost for them, and you don't need to rush to play.
Yeah, because I think it's quite a common theme among younger players
that they rush.
to when they
Yeah.
see an idea that they want to carry out immediately. But
Yeah.
one of his main teachings, and that I think it's something that sticks with us, be it as a teaching or just as a joke among
Yeah.
us. But
That's
yeah,
the idea of slow play, definitely. Actually, we should take a look at Trend 26's game again because Wei Ming has managed to extricate himself. He now has a piece and 2 pawns for the rook.
oh okay.
So he's doing not too bad. Yeah, he's doing pretty well in that position. Trend 26.
Yeah, okay. Actually, looking at that position, it no longer looks like a position Wei Ming will ever lose.
Yeah, I think White has chances already. Yeah,
Like-
White has good chances. That pass pawn is definitely something Black has to watch out for. Yeah. It's not going to be very easy anymore for Black to win,
Yeah.
as we thought earlier. That White has maybe ideas like King B3, then King takes B4 over here. Yeah. But of course he has to worry about the G3 pawn as well. So Black's idea is probably going to play rook G8 somewhere, to play rook takes G3. So
yeah.
maybe knight E6 instead then, to play knight G5. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
knight
also-
knight
that
e6,
also-
knight g5 looks like a very strong maneuver. I think.
I think that
Oh,
would be
the
a
knight
good-
came from G5 earlier. No?
Yeah, it did. It came from. It was on move 35. It was on G5. Then he played knight e6 check and then knight d4.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, so maybe the best move here is to go knight e6 and knight g5 again.
Ooh. I think Wei Ming missed a very strong move earlier. On the 38th move, he could have played knight g7. What do you think about that? Move 38, knight g7.
Knight g7 with the idea of
The idea of e6, e7, e8, queen.
okay.
So if you play bishop h3 now, e6, and I think white is winning, right? You can't stop e7, e8. What do you think? After knight g7 on the 38th move.
Yeah, actually knight g7 looks really interesting. I'm not too sure how black should respond to this.
Yeah. Because I have two threats, knight takes f5 and e6. And I don't think you can stop both.
Yeah, the moment white picks up the f5 pawn, two connected pass pawns, it looks
Three
close to
connected
winning.
pass pawns. Actually not two, it's three connected pass pawns. Yeah. g3, f4, e5. Yeah. So I think that g7 here is very good for white. May even just be completely won already. What do you guys think, Chongi
How
Terry?
about can black just play something like rook g8, knight takes f5, and then something like bishop h3?
Bishop h3. Let's see, bishop h3. I have g4.
Yeah, then takes.
Then knight h6.
Or knight h6.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That's a problem. Yeah, I think knight g7 is a good move. Would have been better than knight d4. Because you get that double threat now. Knight d4 only has one threat. Knight takes f5, but knight g7 has two.
Yeah,
threats.
knight g7 was a really strong move, I think.
So actually, Wei Ming after knight d4, he did play king b3, and his opponent played rook g8. So now it's gonna be a little bit harder for Wei Ming to defend the g3 pawn. I don't see how he can do it adequately. So maybe he just has to give up that pawn. Play king takes b4.
Honestly, if he just goes king b4, rook
I don't
g3,
think
bishop
he
d5.
will lose. I don't think he will lose this position because white has a lot of counterplay, right? Actually, after king b4, rook g3, there's also like a4. The idea like e4, a5, and you gain more space. Then king c5 comes in again.
Yeah.
So white also has that way of playing.
Yeah, so I think this position will just be us seeing Wei Ming slowly try and push this home.
I think Wei Ming will be trying to push now, not so much his opponent.
Yeah.
But Wei Ming trying to push.
So maybe
Actually,
his
a lot
exchange
of-
sacrifice was really quite merited.
Yeah, that's right. Some of our grandmasters are running into the common problem of time trouble in the Simon now.
Yeah.
So if you take a look at even some of the random games, they have a lot less time than their opponents. So I think in one of Bangkok's games, he only has 10 minutes, but his opponent has 18 minutes.
Oh.
And that's not a
Yeah.
great position to be in.
Wow,
when you're-
how-
when you're
One
the
very
Simon.
Wow, for his opponent to
Hey,
have
there's one
18
very
minutes.
game, there's one very interesting game. I don't know whether you all saw it or not.
Which one?
Chang Song against Farial Goha 18. It was a draw,
Let's take a
but
look at that.
Farial was winning, completely
Oh.
winning.
Okay, let's take a look at that game. Farial Goha 18. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Do you see it? Farial Goha
Searching
18.
for it.
Yeah.
Farial
It's,
Goha. Yeah, I see it. Oh
It takes
wow.
to track 666. Yeah.
Yeah, knight
Yeah.
just knight e4.
Yeah. Oh wow. Fayal played a good game.
Yeah.
Like he played a solid opening and he played well throughout the entire game. Didn't make any tactical mistakes.
Yes.
I guess it was
And if
I guess
you-
it was the trouble. They got to
Wait, but is it really that clear? Like, actually after queen c2, what should black do?
I can play just queen takes c2, king takes c2 and knight takes e4, right?
But that no, I don't think so, because all of a sudden white has king c4 and I'm faster.
Oh, maybe you're faster. Let me see. Well,
So
even
actually
if
on move
Yeah.
Move 36, right? Move 36 after queen c4. Black plays h5. Threatening bishop h6. You can't
Yes.
you can't defend anything.
Yeah,
Can't defend it.
H5 would have been a really nice spot if you saw it.
You know, bishop c3 is under threat. e4 cannot be defended.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think if this happened,
yeah.
it probably would have been game over.
Move
It's
36.
a matter of time before it gets
H5
loop drawn.
Yeah. Yeah. After h5, yeah, you're right. I think it's game over because you can't stop bishop h6. And even in the
It's a very nice game by Black.
Yeah, Black played this very well,
very
just missing the clinical finish.
That h5, yeah, that h5 finish. But even after b3, Black could have also played after move 35 b3. Black also has knight takes g3 if he wants, like simple play, you know. And just win the pot.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
He could have played knight g3 as well.
So Black also had that option.
Yeah, I think knight f6 just looks more principled.
I think it's more principled. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You force the queen to protect e4. Yeah, and you really restrict the queen's options because such a powerful piece is now restricted to just protecting a weak pawn. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Knight f6 is quite good, but after h5, if Black found h5, then I think we will have seen the first loss lah.
Yeah.
So
a very nice game by Faiyal Goha. I think he's also from Malaysia.
Another Malaysian player. So good job to Faiyal Goha as well. A strong game. Yeah, with just a small miss at the end. I'm looking at GM Wu Xiaobin's games now to see if he has any interesting games going on.
Yeah, we haven't actually covered much of
GM Wu, right?
Yeah, there's some very nice squeezes that Wu Xiaobin has.
He has.
The first one against Awesome, where he has the two bishops against the two knights. This one looks quite enjoyable to play for White.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
The second game against Ryan Ben looks like a nice structural advantage.
Yeah, now White has a good structural advantage.
Just keep hammering down on the c6 pawn. I think this game though it's not that easy for White to win because that bishop holds that pawn, and if Black just defends passively, it's not obvious how White is going to break through.
Black only has one real weakness here. Looks like he can
playing for two results.
Hold on to it for now.
So there's the for viewers that are not that don't know, there's the principle of two weaknesses where to win a game in an endgame you have to create two weaknesses in your opponent's position. So now Ryan Ben only has one weakness, the c6 pawn, and I think GM Wu will try to find a way to create a second weakness in the position. Maybe attack, press on the king side a little bit, with rook a7, something like that.
But rook a7, what happens after rook b1? I'm sorry?
Rook b1.
That looks just winning.
Yeah, that's a good, wow. Actually, he may have missed this. After rook b1...
Rook b1, it just looks like mate coming.
Yeah, is Black just winning? What do you guys think, Chongyi, Terry? Yeah, rook a7, rook b1.
Oh no, there's rook b1, queen takes. Wait, no, but even if I go bishop f1, you go bishop h3 still.
There's still bishop h3, yeah. And I'll play bishop takes f1.
Bishop h3, I go rook a8.
Rook a8.
Wait, no, but you still have king h7.
King h7. Wow, okay. Hey, his opponent did play rook b1. Ryan Ben did play rook b1. Yeah, so rook b1, queen b1, bishop f1, bishop h3, rook a8, king h7. There's many pins in this position.
Yeah.
Black is winning, right, after king h7? Because I don't see any way to stop bishop takes f1.
Yeah, it just looks like it.
White cannot move the queen because of queen takes f1. White cannot move the rook because of queen takes a1.
Yeah, it would be really interesting if there's some save here that maybe
I don't see anything yet.
He spotted.
Yeah, do you see something?
I don't see.
Yeah.
Oh wait, if I just desperately try and hold on to the bishop, if instead of rook a8, I start going like queen a6.
So bishop h1, queen a6. Which position?
After bishop h3.
Bishop h3, queen a6, then rook b5, right? I can just interpose.
Yeah, rook b5.
So why don't you just hold a position with rook a3?
But rook a3, there's bishop f1.
But this bishop takes f1, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the bishop will capture instead of the queen. Oh wow, this is a nice spot by Ryan Ben. Interesting spot. Let's see how GM Wu can get himself out of this position.
Yeah, very nice.
Bangkok is doing quite well in all of his games. He doesn't seem to have difficulties in any of them so far. All seem to be doing quite well, but his one game against Alakine, a 0-2-0-7, which looks to be headed towards a draw. Although he only has half his opponent's time, so that is gonna be that's worrisome. Yeah, he only has 7 minutes compared to Alakine's 14 minutes. But it's a rook and 5 pawns versus rook and 5 pawns endgame.
So this
all
one
rook
I
endgames
feel
are drawn. Yeah.
I feel like Ming Kong can squeeze this one out. He'll play moves like h4, h5, bring the king out to f3,
F4,
f4.
F3, yeah. And just try that, right? Yeah, he has to try that.
There are some winning chances here.
I think maybe Black's best bet would be to play something like c4, give up the a7 pawn, and then try to hold that position. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The rook and 3 pawns is rook and 4 pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, again, that's not going to be easy to hold.
Yeah, but again, you're right, it's very hard to hold that position. Especially against the Grandmaster.
Yeah, but
So
I
again,
think
in back to Wu Xiaoping's game quickly, Wu Xiaoping gave up his queen for rook and the bishop.
oh wait,
After
that was
rook b1,
possible.
he played rook takes d7. Yeah. And then rook takes a1, queen takes a1.
Ah,
No, that was his only try, right?
Yeah, only try. I think
The
you're
other
right.
maybe
position
maybe that was
just
what he
totally-
intended. Maybe.
But this is not winning, right? White has no winning chances here at all.
Okay, this isn't winning, but I don't see this as losing.
I
I feel it's
I believe in the power of the queen. So
I think
I
it's
think
minimally
it's
a
a
fortress because if Black wants to do anything, he needs to trade off one the pair of rooks on the
One pair
7th
of
rank
rooks.
first, right?
yeah, he has to. Yes.
And the moment he
Which
goes
he-
something like rook b7 after the trade on a1, if White just takes, puts a rook on c5 and
Just hold that position. Okay, yeah, that may be possible. Yeah. That may be possible. So okay, let's see how that game goes. That will be a
I think-
interesting game to watch.
I think Wu's game is interesting, if he can reorganize pieces on the C file, put pressure on
Yeah.
C6 pawn. It's not so easy to defend.
Yeah,
For
that's
Black.
right. I think you're right. Yeah. So we cannot write off White yet. Yeah, I think it's still an interesting game. It's still something that is still fighting.
yeah.
Wei Ming has also considered his second draw of the tournament to Charlene Mark to CMXN. Yeah.
Oh,
He just-
wait, so GM Wong drew with CMXN, is it?
So GM Go.
Oh, GM
Wei
Go.
Ming.
Oh yeah, GM Go or CMXN, yeah.
Just drew with CMXN. So that was his second draw of the event. How that went.
That game with CMXN was the one where he was down. There were 2 pieces for the rook, right? The Greek
But
gift
he
one.
missed a couple of tactics that could have won the game for him. Yeah, and then he agreed to a 3-4 repetition. Yeah. But there was quite a powerful tactic that he missed.
Which tactic are you referring to in particular?
After move 31, after move 30, knight takes g7. Yeah.
So instead of h4, are you saying? Oh.
Yeah, instead of h4. Yeah, knight takes g7. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So knight takes g7 with the idea
And then-
queen g7, rook e7.
Rook e7. Yeah.
Takes
And
and
if bishop moves
it's essentially
Yeah.
made. Yeah.
It's essentially game over. Wherever the bishop goes, then you have h5, and then you have h4, h5 after that, and then white is just crushing.
Yeah. But I think this is the example of now how hard it is going to be for them to
Yeah,
deal with all
exactly.
these super complicated positions as their time begins to run lower and lower.
That's the problems come later and later in the Simon. Yeah, for the Simon players, when they have less and less time, it gets much harder to play. So it's not easy. But okay, yeah, I think Charlene Mark luckily managed to escape. Yeah, it's a lucky escape for her.
Yeah.
It was
But she defended very well from the Greek gift in the first place.
She did defend very well. So kudos to her for that. But after that, Wei Ming just unfortunately missed a winning tactic. we should take a look at Wei Ming's game against Chuan Dang Ming Kwang. Because
Chuan Dang
it's
Ming
a
Kwang.
interesting end game, that they're playing.
Yeah, I think Chuan Dan Ming Kwang is a 1-9 from Vietnam, if I'm not wrong.
Let me check him out. Wei Ming. No, he's actually
Which one is this?
Yeah, he's 2100 from Vietnam, close to 2100 from Vietnam.
Okay.
Yeah. And Chuan Dang Ming Kwang, and
Yeah, I
actually
think
it's not that easy for White to play here.
yeah, I think his position actually looks really nice. The rook and bishop coordinating really well.
So looks like Zhang Zhong and Arvid B 2005 have agreed to a draw.
Oh, they did?
Okay.
Okay, let's check out
Which
the game as well.
yeah, I mean honestly, if I were Black, I would play on because I think Black is at least on the margin better.
Yeah, after
But maybe a result of a draw was good enough
Satisfactory for
against
Arvid.
Zhang Zhong.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, so maybe-
objectively, I don't know what the computer says, but just looking at it, it looks easier for Black to play.
Let's take a look at the final position.
but it's actually an interesting
Yeah.
threefold there.
I think you're right. It looks easier for Black to play. I would have played on if I was Black in this position. Yeah. Black definitely has pressing
Looks like
chance.
computer says Black has no advantage though.
Yeah, the
Because
computer just puts it as +0-1 or 0. Thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So sometimes that's the beauty of chess, right? It's
Exactly.
Yeah, but
That's an illusion.
Arvid had actually managed a great job for getting the bishop from e6 to e4. And
E4, yeah,
basically
then bishop
nullifying
F5, bishop
any
E4.
f5 threats in the future.
On that note, I think Meng Kong is seeing some time trouble in his games. Like against Alakine, he has 2 minutes compared to Alakine's 14 minutes now.
Oh,
So, yeah, the time is starting to play a big factor in the games now. And that is something that Grandmaster has to worry about. Yeah, another game against center play, he has 2 minutes to center place 12 minutes.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
this is a common problem that we are seeing in a lot of the Simons.
That's right.
Is that even if they are able to finish off some games earlier, but because the way the Simon system works is that the time is running if it's their turn on any of the, in this case,
Any
25 or
yeah.
27 boards for I think some of the
Exactly.
grandmasters.
Yes. So that's the problem with the Simon format for the Grandmasters. But a good draw by Arvid, I think. Yeah. He played a solid game. If Zhang Zhong many chances. So
Yeah.
it was a good and solid play by Arvid. Yeah, well done to Arvid as well. So GM Zhang Zhong now has 9 wins and 3 draws out of his 20 games. Wei Ming has 17 wins and 3 draws so far. out of
Wow,
26
17 wins.
17 wins, yeah, it's pretty good. Meng Kong has 3 wins and 17 still playing. And Wu
Oh,
Shaobin has 4 wins and 15 still playing.
okay.
So,
I think this is gonna be a huge time scramble for GM or Ming
Wu
Kong
Shaobin
here.
and Jian Meng Kong as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Just to point out also something I've noticed that this tends to ail the older Simon players much more than the younger ones. So if I recall, like Liang had that big problem. Well, Tian Yun isn't that old, but okay, she also had
He also
that
had a problem.
Whereas when I saw Ting An and Ravindran, and of course Wei Ming here being the youngest of the GMs, they seem to have less of that issue in general.
I think maybe it will be prudent for like the participants of the Simon to maybe resign if they're completely lost. Like for example, one of Meng Kong's game against Mystic Lightning, he's 1 move away from checkmate. But Black is still playing on because Meng Kong has 35 seconds left. So if he doesn't make a move now, he's gonna lose the game in time. So
yeah,
maybe it'll be,
that's the problem
yeah.
with. Because although the Lee chess system for the Simon is actually really very good, and I don't think there's anything out there that actually comes anywhere
comparable,
close.
right,
But
to Lee Chess.
I think the only limitation of the Lee chess Simon system is that the increments of time that you can set for the Simon host is by 30 minutes. So it doesn't allow for any more fine-tuned changes.
As for example, for Meng Kong just lost a game to Northland Crasher where he had 2 rooks and 4 pawns and a queen against Black's queen, bishop, knight, and pawn on time. He just flagged out.
It's now 7 losses with, I think, most of them flags, 8 losses.
Exactly. I think it's all flags.
Yeah,
And
that,
he's
so-
under quite a bit of pressure against Stay at Home, who's obviously not a weak player.
yeah.
Exactly.
And
Poor
then Stay at
Yu-Tian.
Home with more time should be able to squeeze him.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's a pity. It's a pity.
Yeah, the time factor is a pity. I think there was when we played our Simon also, there was quite a few players who lost their games on time. Liang, as Chongyi mentioned, I think Liang almost all the games he lost was on time, except one was a mouse slip. Yeah. Besides that, he won every other game that he played. So that's the time factor that's the problem.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to try and balance the time in these simals, especially.
That's right.
Because it's a lot harder to keep track of your time than, let's say, over the board simal, where everything's a lot more visible. You can actually choose which boards you would like to pay more attention to.
Exactly. Yeah. But here it's harder to switch to toggle between different screens.
Yeah.
To play that.
But with that in mind, looking at how GM goes, I mean how GM Wei-Ming is going, is really impressive. He's just crushing the field and
he's able to keep his time under control. So that is
in fact he has more time than his opponents.
Boards, right? On quite a lot of boards. Yeah, I think as Chongyi said, it's testament to the fact that he's a younger player, so he's more probably used to playing online chess and playing with this kind of online simal time controls. That's why he's able to manage the game so much better. Let's find another game for us to look at. Zhang Zhong is still holding against Ryan Ben, the Bishop at Knight versus Rook. So that one still, the jury is still out on how that game will go.
Yeah, he has some games which look like clear wins already, like against Julian 243. He's just a knight up.
Just a knight up for that. So that one is completely won.
Oh no, GM Wong just got his rook forked.
In which game?
Against Stay at Home 2.
Oh.
Bender versus Stay at Home 2. He just lost his rook.
Okay, so that's 12 losses for Ming Kong.
Yeah. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah.
This is
4 wins.
Yeah.
This is interesting. They've actually played before. Apparently.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, they've actually played
He's also
before.
a piece down against Ying Yao.
Probably time trouble again that has led to this this small missteps. Yeah, he also has 30 seconds against Ying Yao's 6 minutes. So if Ying Yao doesn't win on time, if Ying Yao doesn't win on his position, he'll probably win on time. Yeah. It's just a time factor now. That's killing GM Wong. How about GM Wu Xiaopin? How is his game?
I think GM Wu started his timer a lot later than
he did.
Everyone else because of some technical difficulties. So I think his timer was in a much earlier stage than everyone else.
That's right. Yeah. So his positions look pretty okay, except for against Ryan Ben.
No, I think
game which we saw.
as in that game is fine. He won't lose it. I think.
I don't think he will lose that. I don't think he will lose that game.
So there's no way for him to really try anything here, but it should just be a comfortable hold.
Yeah, agreed. I agree. It should be comfortable here. And actually, Ryan Ben 10 is playing 2 games at the same time.
Wait, what?
Against GM Zhang Zhong and Wu Xiaopin.
Wait, what?
Yes.
That's what confused me because I thought we were looking at a Ryan Ben game that was totally different earlier.
Yeah, it's the same player. Yeah, Ryan Ben 10.
How?
Ryan Ben 10.
He donated $100.
Oh, wow.
Wait, that's interesting.
Or maybe that's the smart thing to do. You submit for 4 entries and you get to play the GM of your choice. You just delete the ones that you don't want to play.
The other ones. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, good kudos to him. He managed to get the GMs that he wants to play against.
And he's doing well against both.
Well. Yeah, he's doing well against both. So, well, good job to Ryan Ben 10. Yeah.
GM Wu has only finished 4 games.
Yeah, GM Wu started much later.
Yeah, he started about half an hour later, I think.
But I fear that GM Wu being the second oldest GM, he may have some of the challenges with the time as well.
Yeah, we'll see that probably in about half an hour from now, when his clock starts to run down.
Yeah,
but a lot of the games he can wrap up quite fast. In fact, like against Malayan CC, he's probably gonna checkmate the king. Like there's a queen b4 check and queen h4 checkmate. So he's gonna win that game in 2 moves already.
So by the way, is there anyone checking on whether there are any cheaters?
I think Junior is doing that, right? Ting?
Yeah, I'm not
Junior
too
is the-
clear on what the process is, but yeah, I think that all the games will definitely be checked.
Yeah, we always check through at the end to make sure we do the FIDE anti-cheating kind of system to make sure no one's using computer assistance. Because it did happen in a few of our previous Simals
Okay, it was
where
suspected to have
one or two
happened.
players. Yeah,
So Chingon, I got a
suspected.
question to ask. I got a question to ask you. As you know, today Junior Tay is probably the best technical director you can find. You know, all the recent best tournaments in Singapore have been organized by him. Do you think that one day you would be keen to take over his mantle?
Sinan, what do you think?
As in the contributions that candidate Master Junior Tay has done for Singapore chess is actually really immense, because I feel like he can act as a bridge a lot of the time, because he has managed to link up players from my generation with players from even Wei Ming's generation, the generation in front of us, with players like Timothy Chan and whatnot, with organizing this Balestier group. And I think that's how I first met Terry and Mark as well. That I met them at the Balestier Chess Club groups and just playing some blitz. And even though it may on the surface it may not seem like a lot, but actually the amount of work and the amount of thought and effort that actually goes into how much he does is actually quite amazing. And also because in the process of planning these events as part of the Chess Against COVID initiative, when he was busy with his lessons, he was still trying his best to compile things, like get out the chess results. And the moment I offered to take over the responsibility, I realized how taxing it was and how precise he had to be. And that he was doing that while not compromising on teaching his students, I think that was really, really admirable. So if I can get anywhere near to that, I think I'll be quite happy.
Sorry, Jingan, just one technicality. It's called Chess Club Balestier, not.
So do you think
Chess
you
Club.
will be up to the task, Sinan, in the future?
What?
The order is important.
Chess Club Balestier.
LSA
Okay.
Chess Club, right?
Chess Club Balestier.
Chess Club Balestier. Oh. I see why.
Yeah, it's really called Chess Club Balestier because the headquarters is in Balestier.
Yeah, it's a wonderful meeting place for all players, I think.
Yeah, because I mean, this generation will pass by, and there's always a need for the baton to be passed on. So,
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it will
actually
be
at this point, maybe I mention a couple of things about Junior because I think some of the
Or
accomplishments
renewal,
are quite.
right? Leadership renewal quote.
Sorry, was there some echo?
no, I think it's okay. You can continue.
No, there's no. Okay,
Yeah,
let's continue.
so I think we mentioned earlier that Wei Ming has written one book. I think Junior has written 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think on the
I
Banco and
have all of them.
oh wow.
And on top of that, having coached a lot of the top juniors today, and at the same time contributing in all the ways that I think Xingan has correctly mentioned. So in that way, Junior plays a role that's somewhat similar to what Prof Lim played, right? I mean, he was never quite the top player, but there are kings and there are kingmakers, and Prof Lim was a kingmaker, right? He contributed tremendously to how Lian An developed, how Leslie developed, how Ming Kong developed. And in some ways, I think Junior has taken on that role beautifully, and often in the background, but I think all of us recognize it and appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think your sentiment is correct. Yeah, the king and kingmaker thing really applies to Junior as well. He was not a king, but he has helped many kingmakers, like even Wei Ming as well. So yeah, that's
Yes.
somewhere we really owe a lot to Junior.
Yes, every generation needs a kingmaker and a king. So Professor Lim and Lianan, then you have got Ignatius Leong and Wong Ming Kong, GM Wong Ming Kong.
Mm.
And in our generation, it's Junior and Go Wei Ming.
Yeah.
So we look forward to see what the next generation will bring about.
Our next king and kingmaker. Let's see who that will be. So Wei Ming has actually drawn another game as well. He's had his fourth draw now.
Was it against Dr. Elsoditsky?
Yes, correct. That Dr. Elsoditsky. Yeah, that's the one that he just.
Was that the game earlier where we were seeing with like taking on E3 and F3 being weak?
It was that one. Yeah, I think it was that one. So Wei Ming dropped a pawn quite early in that game, but then he was able to not lose the game actually, and opponent agreed to a perpetual check, a 3-4 repetition rather, which I think was not necessary. In fact, Black could have played on.
Yeah,
this
probably.
position.
But I think this also goes to show some resolute defending from Wei Ming as well.
Grandmasters, right? From Wei Ming. Yeah.
So maybe
Good.
maybe he took some lessons from I Am Su Liang on how to tahan some of these positions.
Yeah, for example, like for Jim Wong Ming Kong, right? I mentioned earlier about his game against Mystic Lightning, where he was one move away from checkmate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
Ah.
Mystic Lightning should have just resigned that
He
game.
just
right?
resigned. Yeah, this kind of positions where he should just resign. I mean,
Yeah, to win on time on a position like this is
not very nice.
not quite right.
Yeah, I think. Okay, the game beside it against center play, that looks.
Let me take a look. Center play. Okay, center play game. Wow. Okay, I think Black is winning here, right? Completely winning.
I think so.
Yeah.
Anything.
I think center play is unique.
Yeah, I think also very strong play here from center play. Cause
I think winning
King G.
Kong must have gone wrong somewhere. Yeah, down the road.
Yeah, and I think here as long as Black captures the correct bishop, he just wins. Queen F4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his last hope is bishop takes queen takes d3.
Yes. Yeah. This game over there. So yeah, I think he Mengkong missed a fork earlier in the game. Yeah, when after move 30, Black played queen d7, which threatens both queen takes g4 and bishop a4. And White can't do anything. He has to protect the 4 pawn, because if not, he will get checkmated. So he has to do that, and after bishop a4, he gave up on rook. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But after that, just game over.
I think it was a really complicated position for him to try and figure out here.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's very right.
But in the meantime, looks like GM Wei Ming and Zhang Laoshi both look like they're gonna finish unbeaten.
Yeah,
I think.
it looks like that as well. Yeah. Remember the game against Trend 26?
Now that game is looking more and more winning.
Yeah, actually White has an advantage here. The two pass pawns are very strong. Yeah, and it's definitely better than the rook.
Yeah,
So,
you can actually see in the chat that Black offered a draw at some point and White being the
Wei Ming said no.
Wei Ming being the fighter just declined it, and he's really showing the basis behind his mysterious exchange sacrifice earlier.
Yeah, actually it's working out well. I think Wei Ming's game against Goose Feathers, that one is likely to end in a draw. What do you think? Yeah, Wei Ming against Goose Feathers.
Yeah, just gonna try and find that game first.
Yeah.
Okay, Goose Feathers. Okay, Goose Feathers is Alyssa Ng.
Let's have a look. Looks like White is still better, yeah?
White's a little bit better, yes, but I don't see a way to like.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of position where you expect the stronger player to eventually find
just
some
slowly
way.
press, right? Yeah. But again, as we mentioned earlier, the Simon slowly pressing with so little time left may not actually work out.
Then again, I think he only has like 4 games left.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If he has only 4 games left, then time is much less of a factor. Then, yeah, he should still have sufficient time.
And of all the players I've played with in the past, I think Wei Ming could be the best at playing just on increments.
Oh yeah, he's really good at that. Yeah,
I mean, as long as even there's a 2-second increment, he's not gonna lose on time, and he can play very decent moves throughout the whole thing, right?
right,
So
yeah,
now
that's
now
very
you
right.
see the idea behind his sneaky move, Bishop B1. Queen
Yes,
C2.
yeah, Queen C2. Yeah, this Queen C2, Queen H7. At least he's trying to probe something. Yeah, but Black can just play King F8 here actually, and Queen H7. You also have Bishop G8. Yeah, right. Then
Yeah.
if Queen H8, you can play Queen A7, for example.
Okay, but this is interesting because even Queen H7 actually, if the king pawn ending should just be a draw, right?
Yeah, I think if they trade queens and bishops, it's a draw already. Because White has no way to get into the position. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's no way
cause
to exploit it. Yeah,
so this is a tricky idea, but at the same time, the breakthrough is still not that apparent.
yeah. There's no breakthrough yet. So actually, Mengkong as well has just won against Ying Yao. So he actually only has
wow.
one game left. Yeah. So Mengkong managed to beat Ying Yao after Ying Yao resigned, and Mengkong only has one game going on now against Center Play, which is, as we know, is completely lost for Mengkong, unfortunately. He just resigned. So his Simon
okay.
has finished.
So Mengkong should be shortly
Mengkong just
coming
finished his
on
Simon with
the
5
stream.
wins, 1
I'll
draw,
just
and
message
14
him.
losses, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Majority
Let him
due
know.
to time. Yeah. So Mengkong is our first Grandmaster to finish his Simon. Yeah, we have many unfortunate games that he played. So, like against Harry VS, another timeout in a completely drawn bishop endgame. Only White has any chances.
Wait.
Yeah, in this position. Yeah. Actually, no, it's not even drawn. White is even slightly better. Yeah, yeah. And
This
again, another timeout.
wow, this endgame is really interesting.
Yeah. That endgame is something we should take a look at a bit
It's,
closer.
it looks like one of their bishops are gonna get trapped, but I have no idea.
Now White has to play something like King F2 and like maybe G4, King G3.
No,
Yeah,
the
but then
interesting
there's Bishop
thing I
F1.
think is
Yeah.
that if Black starts going for the pawn, for the bishop at King F6.
Yeah.
Wait, but this isn't in time, is it?
But what idea do you
No,
have?
because at
What's
first I
your
was
idea?
thinking some G4. But I was
G4.
thinking of it when the king was on F2, where after takes I could go King G4, and then the bishop is just real quickly placed. But if on move 39,
Yeah.
because move 39, Black played King D5, which I think was the wrong idea. I think he was
Yeah,
going
King
towards
D5
the
was
wrong side.
idea.
But
Yeah.
if he went King F6,
I think he could actually win at least after G4 then.
as in King F6, G4 will be giving back the material, and then
Yeah, you have to give back material. Yeah.
and
I
then
think so.
likely a draw endgame, I think.
Then likely be a draw. Yeah, but again, like Mengkong just lost that game on time. His opponent had 18 minutes and he only had 23 seconds in the last position. So
Hey, can we look at this Gaming versus Xuan 26? The guy
yeah, of
seems to
course.
have
Oh, wow. How
gone
did that
back down
happen?
to a Rook versus Bishop ending. I think he played
Wow.
quite well.
Oh wow. Okay, he managed to outplay Wei-Ming then. Okay, let's see what happened.
Yeah.
I think we left the position at Rook C4 at the 53rd move, and Black hadn't played his move yet, but Black played Rook C4. That's where we left off the position. And then Wei-Ming played E6. Ooh, E6. Rook takes D4, E7. Maybe he missed Bishop B5. Yeah. He may have missed Bishop B5. Because after that, it's Black is the only one who can.
Bishop B5, yeah. If not, if after Rook C4 he went something like Knight E6, I think it would be comfortable.
Yeah. Knight E6, at least White is still fighting to win in that position. Yeah.
Yeah.
He must have missed Bishop B5.
Yeah, I think this
But
game
even
as a
though
whole
he was
was a
forcing
really, really, really interesting fighting game.
but now Black should be a theoretical win, right? He puts the king on A4 and then he wins the A3 pawn.
But it's not clear
Not so
how
easy,
you
not
win.
so easy. If you play King
Yeah, but you
A5,
can't put the king on A4.
Wait, now it's White's turn. White must play Bishop B3, right?
Bishop B3.
Yes,
Is it White can probably even go Bishop Bishop like H7 or something.
Bishop H7. No, Bishop
Okay,
B3.
he went Bishop B3, which is I mean
Okay, then black maybe has to make a waiting move, right? Like rook h2, something like rook h2.
But I just keep my bishop along
Bishop
the
D1 or whatever.
yeah. I just if I keep my bishop along the
Okay.
diagonal, it doesn't look breakable.
Then maybe you will not be able to break through. Okay, let's see how Trent tries to break through.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to bring my king around the other way. So b6, c5, d4. And then
Yeah, that's probably
yeah.
the only way. Yeah, I think he's
I think that's the way. Yeah,
he's
I think that's
executing
why
that
he's
plan
trying
now.
now. Yeah, c5, d4, and try to come in by the other side. But white can maybe like the b5 pawn exploit that later to like nudge it a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know,
but it's still not clear how black wins even after bringing his king this way, because if he ever tries to kick like white's king into the corner, I don't think it's possible, and I don't see how he keeps the b5 pawn.
By the way, there's another interesting game going on. Zhang Zhong versus Sapir 66.
Let's take a look at that as well.
It's
Zhang Zhong versus
exchange.
yes, I see. Yeah.
Oh, he's
difference
exchanged
thing.
down. Okay.
But looks like
Unexchanged down.
Sapir is pressing. Looks like Sapir is pressing.
But if in this
Black-
position g5, okay, g5 rook f4, there's nothing there. Yeah.
Actually, G5, there's even rook takes D4, and I think it may be winning for
Oof.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a.
Wow.
black.
That's nice. Yeah. Rook takes d4 is waiting for black. The thing I should show that.
So
Yeah, rook takes.
He may
Yeah.
even have to play, and if bishop e3, there's rook takes e3. So I'm not sure how to defend this position for white, honestly. But then
Right.
again, I'm not Grandmaster Zhang Zhong, so he'll probably find something that I can't find.
Zhang Zhong played bishop e3. But I think
I think bishop e3, rook e3 is
e3.
Isn't this just losing?
yeah, rook
Yeah,
e3
it's
should be a nail in the coffin, I think.
Maybe he's counting that his opponent doesn't see rook takes e3.
Takes, king
What's
e4, takes b4,
Yeah,
king
it's
e5.
probably his only
It's
chance of trying to
It's too slow, right?
do this.
Yeah, it's too slow. Far too slow. The pawn queens by the time white even takes the g7 and f6 pawn. So black will have extra queen. But black is very low on time, so maybe he thinks his opponent won't see that. Yeah, his opponent played rook
Didn't
e.
see it.
Yeah,
He didn't
he
see
didn't
it.
He played rook e. Yeah, he didn't see it.
What's going
I
on?
guess-
Or is he trying to torture the Grandmaster for a bit longer?
Okay, that's not very nice of him. If he's trying to
I mean, eventually he will still come out to a position where he could sacrifice, but
Yeah.
Sigan's right. In the end, you'll still get to that position.
eventually,
You'll still have that
yeah.
sacrifice opportunity. So he'll find that later. So actually, maybe none of our grandmasters may come out with a perfect score. Looking with no losses rather. Yeah, looking at the position now, because now even Zhang Laoshi is in a little bit of trouble with that game. So that is something to watch for.
Mm.
Mekong is done. How's GM Wu Shaoyin? He is winning most.
Is Wingming going to lose any game? It doesn't look like it, right?
Yeah,
He
it doesn't
holds,
look like
Trent
it. Yeah,
26.
in his game against Trent, he's won back
Trent
he's won the
26 is a
b5
draw.
pawn.
Yeah, he won the b5 pawn, so that's definitely a draw already. Yeah.
Yeah, he only has
Now
3
he's
games
no
left.
draw. Now he tries to win.
Oh, but black can just sack his rook for the a pawn whenever he makes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we'll
so
see that
that's-
game conclude in just that way quite soon, and then maybe he can join us as well after he's done.
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah,
lovely.
so
That was a
Wei Ming only
good
has
save.
3 games left. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 games left.
And
One
he
against
is gonna
Quan.
draw against Trent, but he's winning the other 2. So
Wow, he's winning against
also-
Goose
he's gonna
Feathers. Look
come
at
out
that.
without any losses.
That was a nice,
That-
nice
Yeah.
conversion.
Mm. Wait, let's see
Nice-
how he
nice-
managed to
nice
get this
move,
from
right?
the
Yeah.
position just now. It should be quite interesting to see.
Okay.
So he just slowly.
Oh,
Not obvious to me what Sapir is doing. I mean, now.
Sapir.
yes, I don't know what Sapir is doing. I was just gonna mention that.
He's just trying to draw, right? He keeps the rook on e8 so that.
He's missed a lot of winning chances, and now it's not that easy. There's no bishop f8 anything. And, yeah,
As in,
it's not
it
advisable,
probably
I
is
think.
still
He
winning.
had so many winning chances earlier, but yeah, but it's a lot harder than earlier. That's
Yeah.
all. Earlier it was a lot easier with all the rook takes bishop, where it was just a clear like counting your pawns, and counting the pawn moves. So maybe Zhang Laoshi, GM Zhang Zhong made the right call in offering that to Black and thinking that Black will not see it. Yeah. So maybe that was the right call.
Yeah, and
by
here G6,
GM Zhang Zhong.
another very practical move here. Just pinning down the G7 pawn
agree.
and just scaring his opponent even more, I think.
Now Black's true is stuck on the 8th rank. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
The rook is stuck on the 8th rank, right? Can't do anything. Can't go anywhere. Yeah, White can just play King G4, King F3, King G3, shuffle the king around. Yeah. And then if the king moves away from the C4 square, White plays Bishop D6, C5, D6, Bishop C5. Yeah.
actually can.
I think that's the way to play.
I'm thinking
Can
Black bring the king back? Can Black bring the king back to D7?
D7.
Because if he brings it back to D7, plays Rook C8, and then I threaten the sack again.
Rook takes C5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that may work. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a try.
Yeah, and that
okay.
I think should be winning, I think.
But on another note, Wei Ming has just finished all his games. So he finished with 21 wins and 5 draws.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, no losses for Wei Ming. Yeah.
So you can see if he'll be joining us as well. I think he'll probably
see if he joins us later. Yeah.
Yeah, but a very commanding display from Wei Ming here.
Yes, definitely.
Total score of 21 wins and 5 draws. Wow.
Yeah.
So
that's really, really powerful. Let's see how GM Wu Xiaobin is doing as well.
GM Wu Xiaobin has now 7 wins.
7 wins and still has 12 games ongoing. So he's doing quite well as well.
Ming Kong has finished as well, right?
Yeah, Ming Kong is finished. He was our first Grandmaster to finish. Yeah.
I think he'll probably be joining us shortly, but he probably needs some form of a rest after playing 3 hours of Simals.
Yeah. He says he said in the chat of the game, thanks everybody. I think I forgot to resign some games earlier to conserve time. Yeah. Well, his opponents also should have resigned some games early. Yeah. Because a lot of games that they won were not exactly fairly won in that sense.
Okay, but I think now in the game of GM Zhang Zong versus Sapir, I think Sapir just doesn't
see it, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
He probably just doesn't see it. He doesn't have the time to sit down and think as long as he wants. So I think he'll hold.
Yeah, I should hold, right? I think Zhang Laoshi would do good by offering a draw here somewhere. Yeah, and his opponent will probably take it.
Yeah.
And his opponent
how many games does Zhang Laoshi actually have left? Because he seems to be replying almost instantly.
2 games.
2 games only. So that's why.
Yeah. Okay. His other game is against
Zhong 89.
Oh, that's Joel Ong actually.
Joel Ong. Oh yes, this is Joel Ong. Let's take a look at GM Zhang Zhong against Zhong 89.
Yeah, Joel's a strong junior as well.
And he has the chance to win a piece here. After his position, after Black plays A1 Queen, Rook takes A1, G takes H4. So Black can win a piece here. Let's see if Joel can see that.
I don't think that wins a piece, does it?
Why not? After A1 Queen, what can White do?
Okay, wait. Let me go to the analysis board. But A1 Queen, Queen H7 check.
King F8, right?
King F8, Knight.
Yeah.
Knight G6 check.
King E8.
King E8.
I think my king can escape. Because it goes D7, C7 after this. What do you think? Which is Joel did play A1 Queen.
Yeah.
Can also just take the queen, right? Which just
yeah, and then G takes H4. Yeah. So he did take the piece.
Yeah, no, I think what I was calculating was like King F8, Knight G6. I was looking at some weird lines with like, or if Black tries Queen G6, you might have HG6 even. So some cute lines there with like Rook H7, take on H7, and I don't know what this is.
The attack is still pretty strong for White, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still pretty strong, but if after queen, if white is forced to take on a1, I think that's
Actually, I disagree because here what can white do to further the attack?
but
If
actually if I take on a1, if you take on h4,
yeah,
I
then
just go back check and I go rook g6.
rook g1 check, rook g6. Then I play queen takes f4.
As in you go king f8, right? I assume.
Yeah, king f8. Yeah. Then rook g6, queen takes f4. So I
Okay,
think
rook
black
g6,
has
queen
had that pretty
f4.
good.
I go
Yeah.
like okay, fine.
Like white's queen is nowhere good to go to. Oh, GM Zhang Zhong played queen d5 in this
Yeah, queen
position.
d5 looks good. Yeah.
But black can just hide with king h8, right? And if he plays king h8, there's no checks or anything.
Wait, black plays what?
King h8 here, or king f8. Yeah, f8 or h8, and there's no check. Because I think he's planning rook g1 and like f5 and rook g6, something like that.
Yeah, no, I think the king on h8, it just never feels safe because
Doesn't feel safe to you. Okay, he plays king f8. Draw played king f8.
Oh, king f8. That's interesting.
Yeah.
yeah, so he can start blocking things with like rook g7, rook e7, maybe.
But what is bishop g6 now?
Bishop
I think-
g6, rook e7.
Rook e7, I think. Rook e7. Rook g1. GM Zhang Zhong played rook
Maybe
g1. I think
maybe it's a draw. Rook g7, rook e1, rook e7, rook g1.
but after rook e1, I don't have to play rook e7, right? I can play something
Yeah, but
else.
I think you probably
Rook
just go rook
e6.
e7
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah. Okay, rook g1, rook g7 was played. Rook g1, rook g7.
Is rook g6 ever a good enough try
idea?
here?
But I don't think white has enough pieces.
Yeah, bishop
GM Zhang
g6
Zhong
is
played
the way
bishop
if you want
g6.
to continue to play to win, I think.
Joel must start some counterplay somewhere, right? I think that's the only way that.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Maybe
here
d5.
black can play rook e8.
No, how about
What's it-
b5 followed by
No.
c4 check?
That may work, but then I can play queen takes c4. So then there's still no checks on the king. Instead, black can play rook e8 and then rook e3.
Okay, after rook g1, black played rook e7.
Bishop h7 now is quite strong, right?
Bishop h7, I just go rook g7 again.
Then bishop g6 back. So I think instead of rook e7, black can play rook e8 with the idea of rook e3. So that is quite strong because if bishop takes e8, rook takes g1, then black is winning already. So white should play something like rook g3 and then rook e1. So the rook comes down to check behind rather than check in
So
front.
what happened to... Sorry to interrupt, but what happened to Sapia?
Yeah.
He's now losing.
Oh, Sapia's losing.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? How did that?
Yeah.
He took the rook off the bottom rank and then he lost his G7 spot.
Wow. Okay, that is really a
Wow.
testament to Zhang Zhong's skill. Oh my god. Yeah, it's gone. It's game over already after F7
Wow.
check.
This is not about skill.
Yeah, this
Monkey
is
and I would call this mind control chess.
mind control chess. Oh wow, yeah. He made a bad mistake. He brought his rook off the last rank, and then the bishop came behind, took the pawns, and it's game over after F6.
Yeah, but why would anyone do that unless you control his mind?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, he just resigned. Satya just resigned. Oh, good job to Yan Zhang Zhong. That's a really good game. Yeah.
Self-help.
Self-help. Yeah, this is self-help.
to get that outcome. Looks like it's a probable draw with Zhang 89, so looks like 14 wins and 6 draws for Zhang Zhong with Grandmaster Zhang Zhong, which is a very nice result.
Yeah, it's a really good
Wei Ming
result.
leads with 21 wins and 5 draws. And then why don't we have a look at some of Grandmaster Wu's games since
let's look at Grandmaster
Yeah, I think he's the last timer still going. The other 3 have all ended already.
No, Zhang Zhong still has one game left.
No, he
he's
already
finished
drew. He already drew.
Draw already. Oh yeah, the draw already. Yeah, draw already. So now it's GM Wu's games left. He has 11 games
Wu
left.
is really impressive. Yeah, Wu is really impressive. Look at the way he plays.
just so solid, right? Just
Very
rock
solid. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Rock
think
solid.
I think the
Even
only
against
game where
Brian-
he seemed even in a bit of trouble was against Ryan Ben.
Brian Ben, right?
Never lose a queen, also just
Yeah.
just
It's not in any
knock
danger
it
at
out.
all.
Doesn't seem any danger of losing.
Danger.
Yeah.
There he's winning.
Eh? His game against Brian Cow, he looks a rook down.
He wrote down, I think. I was just checking out the game. Like he lost the rook against Brian Cow.
Oh, I think
How did that happen?
I
That
think
one
he missed it with check.
So
Like on move
Oh yeah, yeah.
on move
move
31. Yeah.
31, sorry. Move 31, yeah.
Oh,
He missed
30.
queen takes c1 as check.
Wait, yeah, it's in after bishop f6, yeah, check. And then game over, I think.
Well, White actually can still play on in this position, right? Because White has like rook d1, rook e1. White still has a
Yeah,
few
definitely. I think there's
options.
still some play for sure, but
It's not completely new.
yeah, but the position was already starting to look quite nice for Brian Cow here.
Yeah,
there's an
yeah,
interesting ending, guys. Against CCC0412. It's equal pots, knight versus bishop.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Like each pawn that makes it a little bit difficult for white to
For White to defend, right?
for
Yeah, yeah.
white to try for a win. But I
Yeah.
think as long as white doesn't want to win, it should be a comfortable draw.
Yeah, should be a draw. You can just put your knight on g2 and h4 and then just hold the knight over there. Yeah,
but can
on the
white
h4
win?
square.
No, actually, if I get my knight to h4, I'm starting to think that I might want to try and play for a win. But
But
Yeah.
black can also sit, right? Black can also sit and wait with like bishop,
Problem is
king.
that the
Yeah.
moment you move your king away, black's gonna play d6 and take up more pawns and then maybe even try to
Yeah.
c6, d5.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
okay.
the knight can't move too far away, otherwise the pawn goes all the way down.
The knight has to watch that pawn as well. So
yeah.
I think he has to play knight g2 here. I think that would be the best.
Yeah, I think
try.
knight g2 is the obvious move, followed by knight h4, and then he'll probably
Knight
just
h4.
dance around with like knight g6, things like
Yeah.
that.
But what do you do after that, right? The bishop goes back and forth.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
thing
maybe
is,
not.
what I was thinking was if the bishop tries to go back and forth, there's always king d5, and then going e6.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
I think
so I was
you're
thinking,
right.
I was thinking this looks like a very maneuverable position.
You're right. So
Because
maybe
black-
then
even if knight gets to f8, it looks really unclear.
maybe black has to allow the king in to b6 and then guard on c8, b8.
Maybe
Yeah,
black
probably.
allows the king there and then plays king c8 again. So like king d7, king c8, something like that. Yeah. And then protects that way. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone king d7.
He went king d7.
But it'd be quite accurate to hold for black.
Yeah, black has to play very
Yeah,
accurately.
actually, if in this version after king d7, knight h4, what does black even play?
Then
King c7. If I go back king c7,
If you go back king c7, I go knight g6.
bishop f7.
7. Okay, I don't have to go back, but
Yeah, they have to go back, right? Then bishop e6. So just
Yeah.
repeat the position. Yeah.
okay. So knight h4, king c7, knight there, bishop f7.
No, one thing I'm thinking of is like you play king b6 here now, king c8, knight h4. So my idea is to play knight g6 and knight e7 check.
Ah, yeah.
Hey, King on, can you let Wei Ling in?
Ah, okay.
Wei Ming's waiting outside. Okay, let's let
Yeah.
Wei Ming in. Yeah. He just said, yeah, someone let me in. Yeah.
I think he said that about 5 minutes ago.
Oops.
Oops.
Not.
Sorry, Wei Ming.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good,
Hi,
good.
Wei Ming. Yeah.
Very
Good,
commanding
congrats
performance.
on your strong performance. 21 wins and 5 draws. Yeah, that's pretty good.
You mean miraculous escapes or what? Like,
Oh, we were very impressed with your game against Trend 26. That one was a good escape over there. Yeah. Against Trent.
at the end, of course, I blundered.
Yeah.
And then I thought I was getting mated. That was the game we featured on E3, yeah? And
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, I wasn't sure whether Rook C4 saves the game, but it's probably my only shot.
It did.
Yeah, that was a bad game. That was like,
That was tough, right? Yeah, that was a tough
but
one.
the boy like tried hard to win, so it was.
Yeah, he did. He did try
I was,
very hard.
I was a little bit frightened by his aggression.
Yeah, I
So
think.
I'm not
how-
very.
How's our friend Mr. Wu doing?
Uh, he's quite steady so far. I
Only
think.
one game where he blundered a rook, so that one I think he
Lost, yeah,
will
he's
lose
probably
that.
lost. But the rest is all going quite well.
Yeah. Okay. Apart from the
Yeah, I
one where
think
he
he
blundered
lost.
the queen.
He lost that one already. Yeah, he just let his time run to 0. Yeah, so he lost the one already.
He has one
Yeah,
interesting
this one-
fortress rook and bishop against a queen.
Ryan
That
Van
one
Ten.
looks like should be a draw.
Yeah. So that one is probably going to be a draw. The rest he's all pressing or he's like winning already. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
all the
He
other
he,
games.
he just needs to watch out a bit for his time, but if the number of games decreases, I think he should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
think
think, Wei-Meng, is it possible to have these simuls with no time? Because, you know, our old simuls back in the day never had any time, right? It's just you come over, you go for it.
I remember the massive simul that was held at the concourse. Do you remember, Terry and Chongyi? Maybe you guys were the masters. There were like 15 or 16 masters playing against primary school kids, and I was one of the primary school kids. I played against Malcolm Tan, Wong Ming Leong, and Ignatius Leong.
Wow.
So that one, I think that the masters had 2 hours, but for all the moves. And
I think, you know, this format maybe disadvantages the older masters. The younger masters are more familiar with this online format. The older masters, you know, especially I think when the thing keeps popping out rather than being
I think.
I think the way to do this is just to, if you just have like a very long time limit for both players, but then the risk is the game goes on forever.
That's right. Yeah.
And they don't move, or you know, there's always this sort of limitation, and then we ended up we might end up doing commentary for like 6 hours.
I think Mengkong was very unfortunate.
Darling it.
Sorry?
Hello,
Wong
Mengkong.
Mengkong?
Yeah, I think we're very fortunate today. We have 3 GMs in this call.
Oh wow, yeah. A lot of grandmasters here.
Now Zhang Zhong is here.
Yeah.
张哥你好。
你好。
Oh, hi 张老师。
Hi 张老师。Okay, I think
he's taking a while to connect, right?
Yeah, to connect his video, but yeah.
I think Mengkong, you were quite unfortunate, right? A lot of your games you lost on time in positions that you were completely winning. So we were quite sad to see that happen.
Well, I'm old, so maybe there's 10 minutes for every 5. Yeah, had a good time.
That's good. Yeah.
You didn't go for your mountain climbing regime. Oh, that's good. Prepare for this one.
Mengkong, I was before the game started, I was sharing with them how you would come and get me at the hotel, and we would go to the peak, and then have 3-1 HS. I really love to do that again soon once the travel bans get lifted.
Yeah.
So there's one story about Mengkong that I don't think anybody knows because I was his schoolmate in the 2005 SEA Games.
Yeah.
So I think if Mengkong remembers, I was down with something like a 40-degree fever. I was having a bad flu. It's not COVID-19, but it was I think. And there were 2 toilet rolls placed at my table at my box before the round. So it was that bad. And Mengkong kind of just nursed me back to health. Like he would be my personal mate, like bring me water, bring me, medicine, and I ended up playing my best results. I made my first IM norm and like 25-30 performance. And some very quick wins. I think there was a 21 move win against Megaranso, and then maybe Ming Kong didn't do so well, but I think he was more like concerned with making sure that I go back to Singapore in one piece. So that was. I don't think anybody really knew this. I never mentioned this to anyone, but yeah, so I'm still grateful because I'm not sure whether I could have done that sort of performance.
No.
Wasn't for Dr. Wong.
And now it's on the internet for everyone to see.
Yeah, I think just now I saw Zhang Lao Si download his video. It looked like he was in a car.
Oh, he's in the car now.
Yeah, so I do not know if he was playing in the car or he just got in the car.
He just got in
Play in
the
the
car.
car.
Because
I can share that he was calling me when I was already playing, asking me about some of the technical stuff, like how do I accept players, who are these random guys, and
Oh yeah, it's a lot of random guys.
yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing about these events.
Oh no! I mean, it's nice to have an audience, you know.
Yeah, there's an audience. Yeah, there's an audience. That's true.
Those who play Register, they all hung all watching.
Yeah, that's right.
So it looks like Mr. is going to. Okay,
Yeah, I think
the game against Ryan Dan is probably drawn, yeah?
yes, yeah. We think it's a draw also. Yeah. We don't see any way for Black to break through.
Yeah, it's probably a draw.
There was a game that you played against KTYM.
Yes.
Comments from Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng asked whether you were trying to encourage women's chess by giving her the support.
Let me look at the game. KTY.
It's Megan Kwok.
KTYM. Megan Kwok, yeah, it's Megan Kwok's game.
For those of you who may not be aware, Wang Sheng was the guy who played Ming Kong to playoffs in both the 91 and 92. Was it 90 or 91, 92 national championship?
I think the key moment was 14.
Did you see the Queen takes H2 idea, or did you just miss it completely with Queen E1?
My brain is a bit short.
Yeah, I think he's referring to move 15, Queen E1.
Yeah, move 15. Yeah, Queen E1. Did you see that move? Do you see the Queen takes H2 idea and everything? After Bishop takes H3 and Queen takes H2.
I have no idea. Queen E.
Yeah, you played this very strange move, Queen E1, allowing Bishop takes F3 and Queen takes F2 check.
Oh, but this is a very typical Ming Kong move. Like, he likes to shuffle pieces on the first ring.
But usually not giving a pawn.
Not
giving the hero, yes. That's right.
Yeah.
And normally the structures are a bit more close than this one. So.
Yeah, this is a bit too open to do that.
Yeah, by the way, Ming Kong is famous for doing this move. Like Bishop C1, it's very typical. I lost the game to him when he was just making all the backward moves, like for 10 moves in a row, and I ended up without even understanding why. So he can idle his opponents like that. And the guy accepted a draw with extra pawn. Or what?
Yeah. She accepted a draw. Yeah. Lady. Yeah. The lady accepted a pawn.
Yeah, accepted the draw.
Actually, GM Wu Xiaoping just lost another game on time as well in a completely one pawn endgame. Yeah. So he's now down to three losses. So it's another one on time. He lost to Brian Cow as well. And he resigned another game. Well, he was losing lah. Yeah.
I think he's short of time now, so I think.
Yeah, he's at the stage where he's short of time. So now it's the half stage. He still has a couple of games.
Yeah, this format, I must say, really disadvantages some of the older masters. So if it's
if we organize again in the future, we find a better way to hold it. Yeah, a better way to have more time.
Oh, yes and no. losing will actually encourage more interest.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
You want lose, you want to play.
They can always say that they beat a grandmaster. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
true. Yeah.
I definitely have no intention to send up the game today. You could have heard the number of curses and I don't know, swearing that was in my study.
Yeah, but it's also quite unfortunate when you lose on, like, if you win on time and like you won in a losing position, like quite a lot of the games that happen.
I think we have to strike a balance between
Yes.
a very long event and having sufficient time for everyone. So if you
Yeah,
a
that's
longer
right.
push control, it just means everybody will stay longer and it's dinner time. And
Yeah. That's right. That's very right.
these are the practical issues that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a nice game of Meng Kong when he's about to give mate on H8.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah, we were talking about the game just now. Against Mystic Lightning.
You like Queen 7, eh?
That one, yeah, that's a nice good sacrifice. And then
Well, I guess yeah, Bishop G7, Bishop take G7 and Bishop F6 back and wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was quite pity.
Yeah, that one I saw.
Income, this reminds me of the game that you played in the Nationals we played together in 2015. Your game against Erkan Olympia, where you also
Olympia.
sacrificed the queen.
Yeah, I totally lost.
And you somehow managed to win that game.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Queen A7. Yeah, it's nice, very nice.
Yeah. I think Erkan almost quit chess after that game. It was quite close.
Yep.
Well, you know, all my life, going to tournaments with my opening shot, because they're all like somewhere between 2 to 5 years outdated. Yeah, so I think everybody knows, like, I'm most just when I'm down, because I played most of my games when I'm slightly worse. So, Chongi, you're right. I'm moving toward more open positions, because I've been playing with the computer, and they don't give you anything, they don't give you half a tempo. So once you give a bit of space, the guy overwhelms you. Annoying.
Yeah.
So all my passive structures seem to be fading now.
Yeah, so this is a transition to more open, more dynamic stuff.
Yeah, yesterday you were playing E4 every single game, man. I was
Yeah.
so surprised. My E4 openings were so terrible.
Yeah.
Actually, now, GMO has transitioned in his game against Ryan Ben to another fortress with only a rook, so he gave up his bishop, and now it's just a rook against queen. But it seems to be a fortress as well. I think that white
Yeah,
can
it's just a fortress. I think you put the rook on F4 and you just shuffle your king on G1,
Yeah, king
on
off.
G2.
Yeah, and there's no way I can do anything. Yeah, so it's another fortress, another draw there as well. But that game should be a draw.
But if the Ryan is not careful, we just saw
Yeah.
what could happen with the other Changchong game, right?
Yes.
It looked like fortress. Next thing you know, one was holding the fortress and ended up winning.
That was Chang Chong against Sapia 66. So it's like back and forth for like 20 moves, and then suddenly Chang Chong wins. Quite crazy.
Do you see my game
Kind of game
against,
that can make you quick.
I think against Goose Feathers?
Oh yeah, you were just moving around with the
That
bishop
was
and
the,
queen.
Oh yeah, the Goose Feather one. So
the slightly better bishop, and then I was just moving up and down for 20 moves.
I guess that happens like for the weaker players, because sometimes you just make that one mistake. That's all you need to win.
Of course, it's just a bit easier, and of course, it's fun. But I knew that I'm trapped in the position.
Yeah, just winning easily. GMO has he only has a couple of games left. Actually, he only has one game left. Yeah, against Ryan Ben. So now he has 13 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. And his last game should be a draw against Ryan Ben. Depending
There's
how
no
long.
Wang here, right? You can play the king back and forth forever.
There's white literally can just pre-move everything. Black can't do anything. This should be a draw quite soon. They should agree to a draw pretty
Actually,
soon.
it could be a win if White's rook didn't have just that one extra square, right? It was shifted. Because then you could play queen f1 and potentially there could be a zook wrong.
Zugzwang, yeah.
Then
But
always the
there's
rook f5 square.
but there won't be any
Or rook
Zugzwang.
f8 if he plays
Hey, how much money did we raise?
I don't know, Wei Ming, do you know how much money we raised?
We raised about $2,300 from this event.
That's
Wow.
pretty good.
That's good. It's very decent.
Pretty decent. Nice.
I think all the players were quite satisfied. I got some nice comments on my chat room.
Oh yeah. I saw also. Yeah. It's win for both of us lah. We get donations and they get a good game. Yeah. So that's great. Yeah. I think their game should be a draw soon, but Ryan Ben is still trying his best to.
Okay, so the game, like both players have been offering each other draws.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, Ming Kong, you're showing us a lot of very good, tasty food.
Making us hungry as well.
I'm also having my dinner now.
Just to let you know, I'm well taken care of. But
Yeah, so Wei Ming, the challenge I have with these events also is that, 2,000 plus is not a bad fundraise out of this, but realistically, Ming Kong can make much more than that seeing patients during these 4 hours, right? So, once you factor in the time cost, same thing with Terry, his hourly cost is more than that as well.
That's true.
no, we don't want to do that anymore. No.
It's not just about charity, right? So it's also about
the chess
fun.
aspect.
yes, about profiting.
That aspect too. Actually, I think they're gonna repeat moves already against in Ryan Ben's game. Yeah, they've just been playing the same thing.
I think
Like a draw.
they're like trolling each other. I think like just deviating from the pre-move.
They just don't want to accept the draw yet, but it's gonna be a draw. So yeah, overall it's a pretty good event, right?
Yeah, but it's a draw.
Come on, guys. There are no new ideas in this position. These are the new ideas.
Really, I have no ideas.
E7.
After rook f4, Black may try something stupid like queen takes f4, and then there's still a different result.
He
Okay. Can
No,
you
it's
play
not
until
gonna
somebody lose on time? Can you just play until somebody lose on time?
But there's increment.
There's
So
There's
no one's
20
gonna
second
lose on
increment.
time. 20 seconds increment. Yeah. No way they're gonna lose on time. So it's like
Maybe someone should show Wu Xiaopin how to offer the draw.
yeah, there's I think there's a flag icon. No, there's a hand icon, the handshake icon. That's the draw. Can type in the chat now. I think someone should offer a draw.
Okay,
yeah,
finally.
Let me type it in.
done.
So is
Draw.
that's the end of his Simon too, right?
That's the end of our Simon.
Yeah,
So in
13-3-3.
total, yeah, 13-3-3 for GM Wu Xiaopin. Good score as well. Only GM Zhang Zhong and GM Guo Weiming came off with 0 losses so far. Yeah. This is a good performance by everyone.
No, but I mean, my game with there was this game where I sacrificed an exchange for pawn, I think.
Yeah, against
And I just gave a whole,
And right? Yeah, I guess Trent did.
I gave the whole piece and it was still drawn.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was surprised us as well. Yeah.
It really surprised me as well. Like, I didn't realize it. I probably should.
Actually, talking about that game, right? We think you had a win out on the 37th move. After
I'm pretty sure the position was just
Yeah,
after
probably.
you played knight e6 check, king b6, knight g7 would have won on move 38. We think, at least, yeah. We think knight g7 was winning. Yeah. Let's bring that game up on the stream.
I just okay, and you play e6 7.
Yeah, so it's e6, e7
Yeah.
coming, and
Yeah, then it's e6, e7. Yeah. And the f5 also hanging, so black can't stop both. That's what we thought.
Yeah. e7 is a very nice move.
But not easy to see it in the Simal game, because you don't spend that much time on each board. Yeah. But we have the luxury of really looking at it. Yeah. So knight g7 we think we have won.
Yeah, knight g7 nice move.
And after that, yeah. In fact, at the start, after like king b8, e5, we actually at the start we thought like black would win quite fast because you can't protect the pawns. But knight d7 check is a good resource. The knight d7, knight f6 idea. Yeah. And second, like, after knight d7, it's a good idea. Like it's not that easy for black to play here, right? After knight f6.
Which
Yeah.
move? Sorry.
31. Yeah, 31. Yeah, move 30. Yeah, it's a good resource.
King c7, knight f6.
Knight f6. Yeah.
Rook f8. Yeah. This I thought that after knight g5 he should have gone bishop c4. I was quite sure.
Bishop c4. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c4 is f7, and it's a great square.
Controls everything.
Yeah, I was afraid of bishop c4.
Bishop c4 looks a lot better. But then you can still play like h4, h5, and then the rook is stuck on the h file. Yeah, it always has to watch. If not h6, and it comes. So you also have that as well.
Yeah, but I don't think I really have any chances to win the game of that.
Yeah. Winning may be hard. Yeah.
Winning is a bit of a stretch. Yeah, but after that, I'm pretty sure I'm just winning. Because like my pieces are well coordinated. I mean, of course, in the first place, I shouldn't even have done this b4 stuff.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy.
I forgot that he could take on d6 after rook takes d6. I thought he must take on d4 first for some reason.
Yes.
Which was insane, and then then I had to do this crazy stuff with the exchange stack.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, please. Yeah, but after that, and of course after rook d5 on move 51, bishop 5, and here I really feel like the win won.
That's right.
But yeah, e6.
E6 was it miscalculation? We thought knight e6, and at least you can play on.
No, I didn't see b5. I just forgot.
We thought that as well.
I skipped like immediately after that. And I wanted to resign until I saw bishop g6 and I could just play on.
You just play on that position.
And this, I think his position is drawn.
Yeah, we thought so as well. The fortress, right? Yeah. Black can't break through and cannot take your a3 pawn. Then it's a draw. That was a good game. Exciting game, right? It's a roller coaster kind of game. Any other games you want to look at in particular? What do you think?
Maybe you could ask them if they have any games that they thought were particularly interesting for any reason.
Yeah.
Hong Kong is busy.
Is Zhang Laoshi still in the call?
No.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, I think he's in the car, so probably not very convenient for him to call. Okay, and GM Wu is done with his game.
My game with Charlene Mark.
Oh yeah, the Greek gift that.
It makes sense. Oh yes, we were looking at that as well.
I'm pretty sure I was lost, yeah?
No,
you were lost?
I think at the engine was showing like you missed some win, like some +4 or something.
After on move 30, instead of h4 you can pick knight takes g7. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's really advanced. Like, but what after
Not easy to see though. Yeah, it's not easy to see. Yeah.
like I mean I knew that I understood that the piece sacrifice on H7 was not clear,
Yeah.
but I thought it is consistent with the approach for this game because I played B4 on move 3.
Yes.
So I thought let's just have some fun.
Yeah.
And then I was not happy at all after Bishop E6 on move 20. Like I just thought the position was lost, basically.
Yeah, I think you're right. After that, Black just gets 2 pieces. But I think she didn't play that well after Bishop E6.
Yeah. I think the critical mistake that she made was on move 22.
Queen takes A8, right?
Yeah, Queen takes A8 was like you don't give up the F4 pawn if you don't have to. So you go knight D4 and you knight one move later. You go
Knight's not running anywhere.
And what do I do? I have no ideas left.
You're right. Quite literally has nothing to do. Yeah.
You threaten rook takes E5. So I was very surprised with Queen A8. And then after Queen A8 knight F4, suddenly I feel like I have some chances again.
Yeah, you do. I think you do. Because now there's some open files which your rooks can use. You should use later, the E file. Yeah. So that was not a very wise decision by her.
Oh man, not damn it. Of course, like G7, like I mean the whole point of doubling
is to play knight G7, right?
So this was the whole point. Like I wanted to do some tactics on down the E-file and you target G7, and then when you can take on G7 you don't do so. So that's just of course you take on G7.
We thought knight G7. It's a set miss and then G7.
How do I mean that G7 is a bit beyond?
I think once you play that, it's curtains for Black already. Like Black is just lost, completely lost. There's nothing, can't do anything at all.
So I mean, firstly you just been a clean pawn, right? Like let's say
it's just a clean pawn.
Let's say you don't have anything else after that, and then you have 3 passed pawns on the king side. And I think even after H4, Bishop G6, I think I could still play knight takes G7.
Yeah, maybe.
Knight G7, King G7.
H5, that's H5, right? Yeah.
Maybe I have. Okay, this is nice. Knight G7, King G7, Rook E7.
Yeah.
A7, Rook E7, and then you go Rook E7. You go Rook D8.
Yeah.
So you're threatening Queen G6 as well. So the game is.
And Queen E5 to win the D4 rook.
Queen E5, yeah. So this is. In some ways, it's even nicer than one move before.
Queen D7 is a good move. Yeah, quite a strong move. I think it's lost. That can't do anything, right?
Yeah, okay. This is unfortunate. I should have. Yeah, that's the first.
Take G7. Well, it's not easy to see everything in a simal. Yeah, definitely, it's not easy at all. Yeah.
Hey, Winnie, your position, after you played Bishop 667 check, when you played King H7, you played Knight G5 check and King G6. The computer says that Knight E2 is hitting or gives a big advantage.
What?
Wow, what? Wait, Knight E2 after King G6, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the idea is Knight F4 check, correct? And then just like
I mean, in the entire game I was supposed to take my knight on F4. So the legend, like Dr. Su will understand that every time I play against a French, I want to put a knight on F4. It's kind of a thing that I'm addicted with. So the whole game I was trying to do that, but I didn't find a way. And yeah, transpires that I could have done that without making the obvious move of playing King G4 because this is what we learned as a kid.
Yeah. This is a typical Greek gift. Yeah.
You always go King G4, right? And then check it somehow. Yeah, Knight E2 is very nice. Very nice. It's a typical Terry move.
Dr. Su is different. I mean, Dr. Su is stronger than the computer sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's very correct to say as well.
You don't even compare with him, So
Yeah.
yeah. And 92 is very nice. I should have seen it. Yeah. 3-4 repetition without seeing 97. Ouch.
Yeah. So always these kind of misses in the game. Yeah.
You watch. Yeah, so this game I thought was quite interesting, and then the other one, was against. Yeah, there was one game against. I think.
There was this game against CTJX. You just allow every piece to be exchanged until a draw.
Which game?
Were you planning to give chance?
CJX. Oh yes, that game. Yeah. CCJX. Yeah.
No. I just played bad.
I like exchange pieces so fast.
Hello, I'm here now.
I think he just.
Hi, Zhang 老师. I think I heard you.
Hello.
Hi, Wu 老师 also. I see Wu 老师 also joined already.
Xing An, yeah.
Oh, is that 牛仔?
不是牛仔 this is 保罗.
哦，保罗，哦，看错。
Small one.
哦，秦安。
张老师好。
荧光兄你好。今天怎么样？你下载我都没有看。
不够时间了。
不够时间了。今天的对手很强啊，放对手。我有几盘棋都可能要输的，差点输掉。
对，我们也看到。
Sapia 666 right? Yeah. Okay.
So this is my fault. Like, Mr. Wu,
your fault?
So your microphone. Can somebody unmute Mr. Wu?
I think he's unmuted already.
He's unmuted already. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Wu. Long time no see.
能听到我的声音吗？
听到。Yeah. By the way, we are all live. Okay, we are live on Twitch. So please be careful what you say.
On live?
Yeah.
We are live on Twitch.
Oh. Have to be careful.
最近怎么样？你们 So yeah, thanks very much for the to the seniors. I think Mr. Wu, of course, was kind of the guy that sort of started the entire process of professional training in Singapore. I think when he came here, he was an IM. He was beating everybody else. I think only Li Yang could play with, like, could match him, and I think there was also international master Tu Hong Tong. I think the three of them, who eventually became a GM as well. So Tu Hong Tong was the first GM of Vietnam, and Mr. Wu, I think, became a GM with us, I think, after he came to Singapore.
Yes,
Yeah.
98.
And he, of course, represented us in, I think, 2 SEA Games. At least, I think I played in 1 Olympiad with him in 2004, I think, in Spain. So he kind of paved the way for professional coaching to really take a more important role in the local chess community. And then after that, we saw a lot of new joiners, younger talent. We saw more and more young talents come through when Mr. Wu came. I don't think that's disputable. I think I personally witnessed Diego, and in fact have the opportunity to work with him for a while. So thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Wu. And then, of course, Ming Kong, who's now, are you happily retired or are you still working?
I just retired in time to escape the COVID.
It is not a bad time to retire. So, of course, Dr. Wong is our first native Grandmaster. And then Grandmaster Zhang Zong, who I've had the honor and privilege to work with, to be teammates with on many occasions. I think he's still improving, even though he keeps saying he's getting older, but his rating is, you know, pretty darn good, like for a retired player. And every single time that he has played for us in the Chess Olympiad, he has never let us down. Some stunning performances on board one, always fighting on every single game. I still remember the very funny incidents when we play against Spain, I think in Tromsø. So Zhang was a pawn down in the complicated rook ending against Pato Vallejo pawns. But the position was active, so he had active rook and it was probably drawn. And then he took a look at my position and I was losing. So Pato offered a draw. 3 seconds flat, he made a move. No draw. So Pato was, at the time, I think he was the world top 10 players. And then he just, like, what? Like, who is this guy? And then he made the guy, eventually the guy managed to make a draw. So this really shows the kind of the fighting spirit that I remember Zhang always said that if he feels that the position is not worse for him, he will never accept the draw offer. So that's something that I'm trying to learn, but I'm still trying to get there. So this is one, I think not many people can, only his teammates will know this, like people who have played alongside him and would witness him play, fighting hard every single game and helping the substantially weaker players like me and everyone else. We greatly appreciate your work and your spirit. So thanks very much again for joining us. I know that are you based in Shenzhen, Zhang Zong now?
Yes, I'm in Shenzhen now. Yes.
And Mr. Wu, Beijing. And then Ming Kong is of course in Hong Kong. So all of us are actually different cities. So we are really appreciative of your spending precious Saturday afternoon, 3-4 hours of hard work.
Today is very interesting and a very nice experience for me. This is the first time I played the SEMO online. First time.
Yeah.
And I feel my opponent's quite strong. I don't know whom I play with. Sometimes I think I may play some computer. Sometimes, but okay. Finally, they made the mistake, so I think okay. They are the human. It's okay.
It's good. It's good.
Thanks for winning and thanks for the organizers. And I'm very happy today. Yeah.
Okay.
And also today is my son's birthday today.
Wow. Oh. Happy birthday.
I take the taxi to my parents' home. Then later we celebrate later for the cake.
Thank you, and sorry to him for taking your time.
It's okay. It's okay.
How shall we conclude this? Any final words? Of course, thanks for the commentators. I think you guys must have worked very hard.
It was a fun experience, right?
Yeah, new experience.
Since I'm the oldest, Wei Ming, you need to groom the next grandmaster. That is your role, and we're all here to back you up. Go and identify promising youngster.
We have some. I think we have some promising ones.
Yeah. we have to keep this going. Otherwise, we'll fade off the map.
If we haven't already, right? So.
Yeah.
So of course, I mean, we are gathered here not just for charity. That's against COVID. I think most of us are familiar with what we have been doing. We have raised about 63,000 so far, all of which will go to struggling families due to coronavirus pandemic. And of course, we are also here today to celebrate 100 years of Professor Lim Kok Ann. I think you guys have probably shared a lot about him, his legacies in chess, in microbiology, and his generosity, his kindness as a person. I want to thank all of you for spending your precious time once again. Big thank you to Auntie Stella Korn. That's what I called her. I think when I was 12, she interviewed me for a Straits Times article after Prof Lim sent me to Paris. And I think that maybe we can take a look at some games after this, and we can award some prizes. Maybe we can think about that. So we have some book prizes that we can give away. Maybe the masters, you can take a look at some of the games, and maybe you can share which game you think is good. Maybe one or two games that you feel are good, and we will award some book prizes. So many thanks to Mr. Tan Olympio for donating. I think his Singapore chess history. So we will be awarding these books as prizes. Okay, so
thanks to Wei Ming. Yeah.
Thank you.
Pass the baton on to you. And thank you for the whole community for supporting us.
Yeah, thanks to of course all the viewers. We have something exciting coming up next Sunday.
Definitely.
Something amazing. We will be releasing a joint press release very soon, and that is an upcoming international. This time it will involve veterans, it will involve adult players, women players, and some of us here will be playing. More news to come very, very soon, and I'm very proud personally to say that we have assembled the strongest Singapore team in our history for this particular match. And I think our opponents have not taken us lightly. They are also fielding a star-studded team, and more news to come very soon. So once again, thanks very much for spending your time with us. Thanks to all the viewers.
Yeah, I think I would also just like to thank FIDE Master Lee Jun Wei and International Master Tin Jing Yao, because they were moderators for the chat before the timer started and also after the timer started. So just like to thank them in addition too.
Shout out to Jun Wei and Jing Yao as well.
Yeah, big shout out to all the volunteers.
Yes.
Graphic designers, I think Madam Lim Pixia has been working day and night, coming out with all these fantastic posters. You all look like esports gamers. So yeah, thanks very much for all your time, on top of all your daily issues with the COVID-19 crisis. Chongyi, Terry, any final words?
Nope, it was a great event. Thank you for organizing it. Yeah.